Good evening, everyone. Top of the morning to you, or as the guys and I were saying behind, or backstage, top of the muffin to you. We're, of course, talking Seinfeld as one naturally does. But welcome back to another episode of Comic Shop Conversations. Tonight we have count them, two episodes of Daredevil that we will be reviewing. One that really, truly only actually matters towards the overall storyline or plot of this season, but we shall review them nonetheless. And we will also be talking about some of the comics that came out this week because this was a massive week. I didn't even now. Granted, Drew, I think you had to actually text me and tell me that Hush 2 was out this week. So thank you for letting me know. But kind of went under a lot of people's radar. I didn't see a ton of hype about it. I don't know.
Allegedly, there were late nights sales like on Tuesday. You could go to the comic book shop early to get it. Yeah, did like a Doomsday
Dark variant or something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Because as we all learned from this book, it was a very big pivotal reveal at the very end of it that no one knew.
Very pivotal.
Very pivotal.
This was the book of the year.
Very cool.
We're there.
I mean, it should be your book of the year, Kyle, because it is Jim Lee. He's back.
On interiors, and he is knocking it out of the fucking park. So, whoa, easy.
Ooh.
You watch your mouth. All right.
We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. But if I were to rate his "I'm back" on a scale from 0 to "I'm back, baby,"
he's above that.
Nah, he didn't make it there.
He's mid. He's mid at best.
Yeah.
We gotta say, look. Scott Williams did a lot of the heavy lifting in this book.
Yeah. So with that being said, we will talk some comics tonight, and we've also got some news. So the Avengers cast list was released. Even though they've said that this isn't all, they're like, oh, we're going to release a whole new cast as well. So stay tuned. It's like, okay, so you just released this big old cast event thing, and we still have more. So this will be a bloated mess, but we'll see.
I've got answers for that, but yeah.
Oh, Josh, our inside man. Okay, well, good deal.
The scoop.
Getting the inside scoop. But before we get into all the news, the comics, and the Daredevil review, I want to say thank you to everyone who's here tonight. Thanks for everyone joining us. I wanted to remind everyone, so last week we were talking about some of the membership tiers that we were going to do now that the channel has been remonetized and the Comic Crusader has fully been established. And I was talking to the guys, and thankfully, Kyle so lovingly said that if I were to go with the Star Trek rankings for membership tiers, it would probably not be great. He said it in a more loving, affirming way.
Yeah.
And then someone else in our comments, Rudy, thank you, Rudy. He also said, I agree with Kyle. So I said, well, we're not doing that. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to move forward with Josh's sentiment and his suggestion, which is going to be the age of different comic book or the time periods of different comic book ages. So if you guys want to hop into the membership tiers, you can either do it for $1, $2, $3, or $5, and you'll get in on the Copper Age, Bronze Age, Silver Age, or Golden Age. So for those of you who were at the Spartan tier, which was kind of like the previous middle tier, you are actually now at the Golden Age. So congratulations, you've been upgraded to the highest tier. You guys will get membership videos, member live streams, member live chats, photos and updates and little things behind the scenes that not everyone else gets to see. And plus you just get to support the channel, and it gives us more incentive to maybe, buy some comics that we want to review for y'all, or get into some more crowdfunding things, or maybe funding another ISOM item like the Dokuman cards. Who knows? But all of this stuff goes right back into the show, and all the support means the world. So thank you guys as usual. And yeah, I just wanted to mention those membership tiers. So now that those are out of the way, gentlemen, how was your week? So a lot of people had today off, but did you guys have to work?
Yeah, I had to work.
You had to work? Okay.
Off for what?
Caesar Chavez Day.
I think that's a California thing only, dude.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? What?
Man, okay, I guess it was just me. I didn't have to go to work today, so that was nice.
Are you serious?
What?
Yeah.
What is it? What is the street in downtown? Is it Cesar Chavez Way or Cesar Chavez Boulevard, or I can't remember what it is, but
one of those Boulevard of Broken Dreams.
Yeah. It's right next to Skid Row, so that's all you need to know.
Good. Well, considering that all of Los Angeles just is Skid Row now.
I mean, that's true.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so I didn't have to go into work, which is kind of nice. And instead, I went and I saw The Chosen, the first 2 episodes of the new season of The Chosen, which is they're doing the Last Supper. So it's Jesus's final days here on Earth before he is crucified. But man, I always thought that Christian TV shows and movies were like bottom tier, low level productions, because they always really have been kind of bad. Like you'd see them in Walmart bins, and like the $2 Walmart bin, you'd be like,
yeah,
oh yeah,
with terrible costumes and like blatantly clear wigs and
yeah. But I gotta say, man, I haven't really watched The Chosen before, but it was very, very good. I am incredibly impressed with Angel Studios and what they're doing. So have you guys watched any of The Chosen or heard of Angel Studios before?
Well, I mean, I think most of us have heard of Angel Studios because of what was the film?
The Jim Caviezel movie.
Yeah, that's right.
Sound of Freedom.
Sound of Freedom. There we go. I feel terrible in saying this. I have not watched a single episode of The Chosen.
You should feel bad because you have.
I'm friends with Jonathan. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. So, but yeah, that's pretty. I mean, that's okay. I think he would forgive you. So, but that is pretty cool. I didn't know if you were open to sharing that bit of information, but Jonathan Rumi and Josh are friends and know each other in the real world, in real life.
I know Jesus.
Yes, well, we all know Jesus in some way.
Nice. Oh,
yeah. But
yeah, wasn't he on The View? Didn't he like hold his own against that pack of bitches in heat?
Yeah, they were relatively easy on him, but yeah, I mean they kind of came out and kind of asked questions about his faith, and it wasn't hard hitting questions, but yeah.
I was gonna say they would probably go a little bit harder on him if they knew that he was if he was openly like conservative or something. But talking about his faith in Christianity, it may be a little bit different. I don't know.
Yeah. But in general, his personality is one to like not involve himself with conflicts. Like he's a pretty quiet guy. Because so the way I know him is my old roommate who's a singer. She had a band and he was in the band. Dude, that band, like, side note, great. Like Jonathan went on to play Jesus. The girl that played the viola for them, she went on to tour with Adele. Donna, the one who was the singer, was more has been now because she was on Eurovision and competed for Ireland and then moved to the States and never did anything. She's crazy, so we'll just chalk that up as a. But strangely enough, I started to send you a video because I had it come up in Facebook memories where I did a live of them performing. So I was like, and then I never did. So
that's all right. I still believe you though. Yeah.
I can't.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was saying I can send it to you. I just didn't.
Oh.
I started to send it to you being like, look, dude, it's Jonathan. And then I was like, no, that's stupid. I'm not gonna do this. I feel like an idiot now.
That's all right. Well, let's go ahead and get into some show and tell because we've got some cool stuff to show off. I don't have anything, but our friends Kyle and Drew here both have some cool stuff to show. So let's get right into it. First up, Seeds of Evil. What do we got going on here, Kyle?
This is one of the C2E2 exclusives. This is Tony Cordo's cover, and just absolutely phenomenal. Love the guy. He's just a super nice guy. He's actually going to be at C2E2 as well, so folks will be able to get these double signed if they are there. So yeah, that's exciting. But yeah, I love this cover. What he did here with the skull and everything is just fucking amazing. So
very nice.
Yeah, it's a cool cover.
Yeah. Well, sweet, man. I also like the Sinister Nightmare Press thing we got going on here. I remember you showing me a couple different logos that you guys had come up with, some graphic designs for how you wanted that laid out. But I do like that it's dropping into the blood and you get a little bit of splash there. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah. It just happened to work out that way. It's like, all right, you just happened to have a drop of blood there. I'm like, all right, that's fitting.
I'll take it. Yeah. We've also got the second cover, and this is actually oh shoot, remind me of his name. Completely Voudon. Thank you. He had done a cover for Drew. Drew, what was it was Iraq.
He's done a few for me actually, and he did he's done the
Steps of Valor, the skull cover.
Yep. And, that's soon to come. And he did. Yep. And he's done the Gollum 10-pager for me. That's coming out soon.
Wasn't there there was a
Symbiote Willie he did, and there was a spider in the Unholy Nightmare cover he did. Yeah, he's done. I've kept him busy.
Okay.
I told him to avoid Sean, but yeah.
No, I mean, when you look at something like this, you can see why. You can definitely see why. We're keeping him busy. So
not to. Well, I won't say anything.
No, what?
He's way more than just. I'm not gonna say anything. He's great. He is fucking fantastic.
No, he's great. He's doing it. He's going to be doing another cover as well. So for this, but yeah, I'm super excited for this. This was years in making. It finally happened. So, so I think he did this, and there's a black and white of this as well. So
sweet.
I think that's kind of the plan for right now. But yeah, these will be at C2E2 coming up along with the regular cover A from Marco Fontanelli. And no, it's been selling well. It sold well at Indiana and
sold well. Oh, you sold these at Indiana Comic Con, which you were at. Very nice.
Yeah,
the garage sale, nice.
Yeah, sold a lot there, and then I had to go in the store and sign a shit ton of more because they sold out of a bunch. So I had to go in and sign a bunch more, and they're only down to a few left. So, but yeah, then here I got to meet Nick Castle, the Shape from Halloween. And I also got a chance to talk to him about Major Payne, which to me, that was just a bucket list moment. There was nobody at his table. And I felt bad. I was walking by it. I'm like, I can't have this guy sitting here by himself. And so I just go up there and I start talking to him. I'm like, I love Major Payne as a kid. I'm like, what was that like making that film? And he just starts going on. He's like, oh my God, I had such a fun time with that film and all the behind the scenes stuff with the script and him reading it and him being like, I don't really think it's funny. And then he had the cast come in and do it for him. And he was like, all right, this movie's going to be fucking hysterical. So he was a fun guy to talk to. So
that's
crazy
rad,
career.
Man.
Yeah, that guy's been around. He's done a lot of stuff.
It's always fascinating to me going to these conventions and getting to speak to industry professionals that you've known for years, or not known, you've known about them for years, and then you get to sit down and actually talk with them. They'll give of your time, or they'll give of their time if you're available, if they're available. And you always get the coolest stories from a lot of these guys. So that's cool.
Yeah, well, it helped that there wasn't a huge line, so I didn't feel like an asshole. Like I was just like, no one's here. I'm just gonna shoot the shit with you until you tell me to fuck off, basically.
Who was like the guy at Dallas who, like, we were in line for, I think it was Andy Kubert, and you could just see he was like coming in with a short box, and we're just like, oh, here we go, one of these guys, right? So, but no, too funny. That's cool. Did you have a highlight from the convention other than, I mean, of course, talking to your man here?
No, he was cool. Seeing my book is obviously that's fun. That's a bucket list thing. And then, talking to James O'Barr about The Crow and everything, I was like, hey, so what'd you think of the movie? Like, and he was like, he's like, this fucking piece of shit. He was like, dude, you said it was so fucking terrible. He said it was so bad. They said he was trying so long to get it made originally, then as far as they got with the concept with Jason Momoa, and he said he even had some art there for that movie that he turned into prints. He's like, they were that close.
Whoa,
they were a week away from shooting. They brought in a new producer who wanted to change everything, and then they wrote in their contract, if one person said no, they all walk, and they all walked.
Oh my god!
Yeah. So they asked,
dude, Hollywood is
yeah. He said it's just crazy, and then they offered him a consultant job on this new film. They were going to pay him $30,000, and he's like, I don't want my name on this, and $30,000 isn't enough for me to put my name on this film. So yeah, he had nothing nice to say about that movie.
I mean, rightfully so, though. I mean, let's be real. That movie was a pile of
a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, did you guys get to talk about the original?
Yeah, I had my original trade, and I was just like, man, like what was written in here, so heartfelt, and he said it's gotten to the point now where he feels like it belongs to everybody. It's not his anymore. He was like, it's been so long. He was like, I feel like it's everybody else's. It's not really my story anymore. So, which I'm like, get it, but it's also kind of depressing in and of itself. Like, fuck it, I'm kind of done with it. I'll let everybody else deal with it. Because I asked, I'm like, if they do another movie or if they do something else, he said there are talks about making it a Netflix series coming up potentially. So, yeah, and he's like, well, we'll see. I don't know.
Wild.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like you said, you always feel bad for these guys when you feel like their property has just been completely taken over. So
yeah.
So
he seemed
and that happens. Yeah, more. So this is from test footage from The Crow. So they were like, that's how close they were. They were doing test footage to get ready. Like it was close. Yeah.
He said it was really close. He had, again, art prints from stuff from this movie that he was selling at his booth, and it just, what could have been?
I mean, that he looks kind of good.
Yeah, no, I mean the stuff. It looks like he really leaned down for this too.
Yeah. He looks super lean. But
there's like, you can Google like Jason Momoa Crow, and they'll have just do an image search, and they've got multiple different images from the test footage they did. But it would have been interesting for sure.
I think it would have been rad to get like a nobody, and I don't mean that in a talent sense, but more of like a variety. Like, I don't know. I feel like to get someone that we'd never heard of before, I think would be kind of cool. But oh well.
Yeah.
Well, sweet, man. Yeah, thank you for letting us show this stuff off. And not only is it great to see your book, finally come to fruition and have it like in print, but having one of these, like I would call it like a banner, but it's not a step and repeat, but it's not a banner. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, they're called pop-up banners is what.
Yeah. Pretty damn rad.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm excited. It's selling, comicsillycomics.com. If there's still some online, I don't know if they're. I know the website was sold out of the signed ones, but Ernie has a few at the store. They're doing the live sales with, and then Whatnot's pumping that crap out too. So
good deal.
Yeah,
I always see like updates from what do you call it, from Whatnot, and it's always like boobies like that. Their Whatnot, like, you know how you can have a title for a Whatnot stream, or it's like girls galore, come hang out, and it's just like
every night.
I'm like, that tracks. So
yeah,
cool. Well, so real quick, I before we move on to our next show and tell, I do want to say, chat, I'm not neglecting you. I promise I see you guys. The only thing is on StreamYard, you are not actually showing up on our streaming platform. So I've got you all on YouTube, and I think what happened was because the stream was initially set to private, it has the comments for us privated. So I can see y'all, and we appreciate y'all being here. And speaking of our comments and our fans, thank you so much to Cajun Corey for gifting 1 Comic Crusader membership to our girl Vexy, Vex Electronica. So thank you so much, man. And Vex, welcome to the Crusade. Thank you for being a member. And yeah, hopefully you enjoy. We've also got Jack Frost in the chat. We've got Rudy in the chat who says Kyle is always right. So got Zaxx in the chat. Harley Dave, how's it going, brother? Who else? We've got Dominic Mason, and I want to make sure I'm getting everyone. I'm hoping that MG shows up. I mentioned Jack Frost. But yeah, I should probably see if MG is here as well, because the next thing we got to show off is MG's original art that he just got. Drew, what have we got here?
Yeah, so this was Aurelio's cover he did for Unholy Nightmare. And I held on to a few pieces. This is one of those I held on to just in case something were to happen. And unfortunately, something did happen with MG's order. The fulfillment center never sent him his order. Don't know what the hell happened. So MG got a hold of me. He told me what happened, and I acted quickly. I told him, hey, I've got some original art. I showed him I got some interior pages. I got some covers and some books. I'm like, is there anything you want? Anything you want? I said, I'll take this and this and that for this certain dollar amount. Like, all right, sold, gone, done. So I got it all packed up, shipping label made in like 10 minutes, and off to Canada land. And it arrived today. He just got it a couple hours ago, actually.
Canada.
Yep.
Good old Canada, who is very mad at us right now. They want nothing to do with Trump or the US. I mean, like, I get it. So I'm not even like, I get it. So, but yeah, good old Canada, eh? I should also be getting something from Canada here pretty soon from one of our good friends who may or may not have done a cover for Kyle and may not have done some original art for a great series that we read that was on our best of comics last year. So yeah. And then he also got some beautiful Unholy Nightmare comics right here. He got the was this cover A, Drew?
No, that was another. That's like cover B or C, but that's another one I've got the OA for up on my shelf. And
oh yeah.
Yeah, and there's the Aurelio one. So like, you know, gotta give him the Aurelio one since he's got the original art for it.
That's perfect, man. And it's signed. Look at that.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, sweet. Thank you for letting us show that off. And MG, whenever you hop in here in the chat or whenever you get to watch this on the replay, congratulations on your new piece of original art. I'm sorry about the original order, man. That sucks. But
yeah, I'm pissed.
Oh my gosh, I know, right? Drew should be the most mad out of everyone. But Drew holds up as a great comic book creator and also distributor. And yeah, you made things right, Drew, which is fantastic customer service. So there you go.
That's what I do. I solve problems.
Hey, that's what we like to hear. I always tell my quote unquote clients at work, I always say, listen, one of the biggest things that people want right now are problem solvers. If you can prove that you're a problem solver, people are going to want to hire you. So,
Yep.
Cool.
Just be careful with that sometimes. Sometimes it bites you in the ass.
Oh, why?
You
Because then they expect you to solve a problem.
Everything, yes.
Well, considering that like you've got people who don't know how to use Outlook, and so then they're like, Max, can you come over here? I don't know how to do this. And then you're just like, oh, come on, man. No, I'm kidding. I've never had to do that, but I've heard of people who have had to do that. So well, now that we've gone over some show and tell, let's get into the news because there's plenty of it. It's hot. It's coming off out of the oven hot. And so we got to report on it right meow. All right, so coming up first, let's talk about what is happening in the world of Comicsgate, because Comicsgate is Comics Great. Am I right? At least that's a YouTube channel name. So
hell yeah.
I mean, it sounds good. Did y'all see this?
What the hell?
So,
yeah.
So John Malin, I don't know if John created this or he found this or he made this or what, but Yellow Flash infamously has a comic book that's about to come out that looks like a yellow Power Ranger. But Yellow Flash has contributed almost, I would say, nothing to the comic book community, other than like outrage videos or whatever.
And letting out EVS's page rate without his consent.
Yeah, that's right. And also not paying his artist and saying, "Oh, you'll get a certain amount of percentage at the end
on the back end
campaign, on the back end," which is always what you want to do with your artists. Is just tell them like, "Hey, even if my campaign completely flops, you'll still get like 20% of it." You know? Hey.
Yeah.
It's like,
you're welcome.
No. So John, I think, put this together, and it is over 80 videos. That's half of my entire library of the videos that I've created on this channel. 80 that are solely devoted to Rachel Zegler.
Oh my God.
Or Jesus. Snow White. That's
from Yellow Flash?
From Yellow Flash, solely from his YouTube channel.
Holy shit.
Like,
whoa.
I get it. Rachel Zegler is now a symbol of Hollywood and the just degradation that Hollywood has fallen into of just promoting their activist, whatever, instead of actually wanting to entertain people. I get it that she is kind of the Hollywood icon. However, over 80 videos. No, you don't think so, Josh?
Like, no, they're very unhappy with her right now.
Yeah. But this is just kind of pathetic. I mean, like, it's like, I understand Gary doing 10 or 20 videos on how Rachel Zegler has promoted this this loss of entertainment within the Hollywood industry and like what that means for Hollywood and stuff like that. It's like there may be some symbolism there, right? But just to do 80 videos, and that there's no substance to any of these. Like, there's nothing insightful or informational. It's just him going like, wow, she's, so woke. It's like, cool, man.
Well, how many of them are the same? There's a few that have the exact same thumbnail picture. And I'm curious the average length of said video. Like, how much literal time is
That's a good question. Yeah, what if you added up the time on all of these?
Yeah.
Well, because they have to pass 8 minutes in order to be monetizable.
Okay. So
if you average out,
out
everyone is 8 minutes at 80 plus videos. Like, my God, dude.
Yeah,
It's a
they
lot of
all look
minutes.
like anywhere from 8 to 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Yikes. That's a lot of time.
So I would never say, "Oh, why are you doing this kind of content?" Because even I've made this type of content, right? Some of our best friends make this type of content, but it just makes me sad, and it makes me wonder, like, whoever this Yellow Flash guy is, I don't know his name. I've never even seen him in real life. Is this what you want to contribute to, like, society? Is this like the legacy that you want to make? Right?
Bro,
I just don't know.
You know he's in his room late at night, like smacking the meat to Rachel Zegler. You know, like this,
So
Probably.
this was
After
the
many videos, you kind of start to love her.
yeah.
Well, when she's making you that much money too.
Uh-huh.
I mean, she's a cash cow, so how could you not, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Malin writes for like a little comic for what Yellow Flash says. So let's read what he says. I hide my identity. I stand for nothing. I steal from companies while I make hollow demands upon them. My loyalties are to the algorithm. I follow your money. I dress up as a child to meet you, even though I am an old man. I'll tell you whatever the majority wants to hear. I'll feed you a steady diet of it because I see you as useful idiots that bleed cash. Damn.
Is that him? Is that yellow? Is that a picture of Yellow Flash?
Yes,
Yeah,
that was in Houston, I think, when they had like the big get together. It was like Gary
Yeah.
and Air July. It's just I think it's like a couple of years ago. They had all gotten together.
It's like John Campia.
A fat John Campia. Yeah.
Fatter John Campia. Yeah.
Woke. I mean, they're somewhat similar in a weird way. Yeah.
Mm.
So like I said, within the world of Comicsgate, I saw this posted and I was like, that's fascinating.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not the biggest John Malin fan at all, but it's funny.
That's the thing. What's funny is, like, if John has put anything in the world, this would be considered one of them. I'd say, like, John's comic book and then this image that he created of Yellow Flash.
Right. Eloquent in its brevity. He should put this into godlike. Like, hey, all those pages of dialogue, I have to get rid of that shit.
Now we're talking.
Two bubbles in, you got it. So,
but yeah, no, I mean, I'm with you, Kyle. I don't get the big, like, love for John, but hey, you know what? He created this, and I'll credit where credit's due. This is pretty fascinating. So
yeah.
Well, there you go.
It's a Pethisylvia wall.
Yeah, that really is. Speaking of Comicsgate, another Comicsgater, Graham Nolan, the great Graham Nolan, the creator of Bane himself, put out a tweet that broke the internet this week. He said, as the designer and co-creator of Bane, this is a terrible abomination. Drew, what did you think of Absolute Batman's depiction of Bane?
Look, I understand artists have different designs for different characters, different interpretations, but I mean, Graham Nolan's main argument on this is legit. There's no fucking jaw. It's gone. It's like he had mouth cancer, and like half his jaw got taken off. Like, what was that intentional, or it looks stupid? It doesn't look good at all.
Even for Nick Dragotta's style, it still looks off. Oh yes, Josh.
I
would like to go on record in stating that I've said this all looks fucking stupid since day one. Thank you.
Well, thank you for clarifying. But wait,
welcome.
Josh, Wes from Thinking Critical, our good friend Wes, he loves this because he finds it almost satirical in a way.
Well, no, look, Max, I do agree with Wes and what Aaron has said too. You cannot read this series seriously. You cannot take it seriously. I compared it to watching the movie Cobra or Tango and Cash.
Oh yeah, okay.
You're gonna be laughing your ass off watching it. You're not gonna be taking it seriously. You're gonna be enjoying it and laughing your ass off because of how ludicrous it is. And this comic, and that cover is incredibly goddamn ludicrous.
Yes. Yeah. It just felt like, how do we make Bane even more monstrous, but like weirdly anatomically incorrect, while still staying true to the Bane image, but not at all. It just seems odd. Like his shoulders are much larger comparatively to the actual bicep and tricep, but then he's got everyone's been mentioning the tiny head. Oh yes, Josh.
Why does he have a vagina on his trap?
Here or here?
No,
Where are
right
we
next
looking?
to yeah. It looks. Max, do you know what a vagina looks like?
Listen, it's been a long time, Josh.
The
right?
head.
Don't
Look
call
at
me-
the head. Look at the
the
head
Look at the head.
and left of that. Right there. The left of it.
Oh.
No,
Right,
there.
Yeah.
Be careful
Yeah.
stroking it. You don't want to get it excited.
Yeah, you gotta
Hmm.
find the G spot. Oh,
I
No.
the myth.
heard they're like water guns. They never mind.
Oh my gosh. You wouldn't know
Whoa.
anything about that
I don't know.
though.
Ew,
Josh is like, that's why I stay away from it. I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't trust those things.
And to wet work? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I understand that this is the musculature of his neck, but then his trap then creates this crevice here. So don't know what that's about.
Hmm.
So Kyle, does this make you want to read more Absolute Batman?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. All right.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Well, apparently, Josh alluded to the fact that Graham had actually made an apology tour on Twitter. So this is the tweet that you were talking about, Josh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Graham says, after being asked countlessly for my opinion on this version of Bane, I gave my honest answer and broke X. I've been called everything from a has-been to bitter to old. Okay, the last one may be accurate. Relax. It's just my opinion. It shouldn't affect how you feel about it. 1.6 million people viewed the post, and it seems that that many had their own opinion. If every one of you were buying comics instead of reacting to the opinion of one guy, this business would be in better shape. Ooh,
Here comes
that's a good point.
comes the apology, not apology.
Yeah. Yes. Yep.
Mm, okay. Because I was going to say, so far, I have nothing wrong with this. Like,
Yeah.
so far, it's
Sure.
good.
Mhm.
You know, especially him saying, like, listen, if everyone who were outraged on here
Yeah.
actually bought comic books, maybe we'd be in a better place, right?
Right.
I'm now issuing you all a challenge. Why get mad at me when you can get even with me? Buy this book, tell your friends, and get multiple copies. Prove me wrong with your wallets instead of your keyboards, and give this artist a huge royalty payday. Let's get this book to 1.6 million in sales. That'll show me.
Yep.
Hmm.
Damn it.
Interesting.
Bent the knee. Graham
Yeah.
bent the knee.
He should have just not gone into that last paragraph in that last
Yeah.
sentence.
So, Josh, your stance on this is that he got a night letter. Yes.
There is no doubt. 100% Scott Snyder reached out to him, whether it was through email or DM or he got his phone number. He reached out to him, and I promise you, it was probably email or DM saying, "Hey man, I really want to chat with you," and then they talked on the phone. And this is what Scott Snyder does. And look, I'm not the only person that's encountered this. Go talk to Jim from Weird Science. They've encountered this as well. If you come off as lukewarm to something he does, he's calling for conference calls and I want to talk to the team and he gives you this guilt trip, not even in like I think you guys are well based. Like he guilt trips you to make you feel bad for not liking what he did. And I promise you that's what he did here. And I bet he pulled out some bullshit, kind of what Graham mentioned. Hey man, like we're struggling to, land with the comic industry at all. Like there's a lot of just hardships going on. Like this doesn't help. We're trying to get people excited. We're asked to do something different. We're trying to do something like, I'm sure that's the spiel he gave him. And Graham bent a knee and came back. And had he not done that last paragraph, I would have been like, great response. But he did that last paragraph because that's kind of the response that everyone gives when they speak ill of something Scott Snyder's doing and then come back to take it back.
For those of you in the chat who don't know what a night letter is, it basically it was something that started happening right around once SJWs started infiltrating really heavily into mainstream comics and kind of infiltrating their way into different direct messages and like, you know, Reddit posts and little things like this where they would say, hey, don't associate with that person because that person votes this way. Or don't associate with that person. You actually want a comic book, right? Well, then I wouldn't talk to that person. And it's a lot of this like inside little drama, high school drama, night letters. That's what they started to be called. So a lot of them were, you know, sometimes even threats. So when we say, you know, Scott Snyder's sending night letters, he does this a lot. And Josh has experienced it firsthand. So especially over at Batman News. So
I still have one of the emails. I sent you guys screenshots, I think, in the group chat one time.
I think so.
Yeah, I think you did. Yeah.
So
this is actually a really interesting take. So JK in the chat, she says, I see it more as him calling their bluff, which could be the case. Graham saying like, hey, if you guys truly love this image, if you guys like this, and I truly am a has-been and an old guy and a boomer who doesn't know anything, then screw it. Buy the book. Prove me wrong, right? So I could see it that way as well.
I think there's a tinge of it there, but anytime you're going to be like, hey, if you're mad at me, go buy the book.
Yeah.
Yep. When he could have easily promoted his own stuff on Indiegogo at the same time.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Fiend Machine says the same Scott Snyder who got bent over for not signing the I don't know if I can say that word, Fiend, on YouTube. But the do not grape pledge fast enough. Yes. Oh my God. The men say no in comics. Wasn't that the
yeah.
You guys remember that whole pledge
Oh,
that
yeah.
went on for a while? Yeah.
And wasn't Home Chick that was behind Ed kind of offing himself? Wasn't she?
Yeah.
Alex DeCampi.
Yeah. So Alex DeCampi's the one that came out and like was lambasting him for not signing it fast enough. And then as soon as he did, came out and was like, "Oh yeah, but what did you do when what's his name was on Superman? Berganza? Is it Eddie Berganza? Yep. Yeah. So what were you doing with that when you were working on Superman Unchained?" And it's like, dude,
it's never good enough. That's why you don't sign it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's totally it, Kyle. That was the big thing that kind of you were alluding to, though, Josh, is like Scott's on a vacation. He comes back and all hell is broken loose. And then he goes, "Oh my gosh, I was on a vacation. I didn't realize what was happening. I'm so sorry. Yes, men say no in comics," or whatever the pledge was. And then they go, "Not good enough. You were gone."
You give them an inch, they take 5 miles.
Well, yeah. Hell, look at Warren Ellis. Like, come on.
Yep.
Yeah.
We need him back in comics. Someone needs to hire that man.
Oh, gosh.
And just like, you know what, get a couple of them. Get Warren Ellis, let him come write some comic. You know what, Jeff Johns, I'm Jeff Johns, if you're watching this, I'm begging you, go hire Warren Ellis. It'll be fine. It's going to be fine. And while you're at it, well, he wouldn't hire Joss Whedon because they hate each other. But I was going to say, go hire Joss Whedon as well.
Dude, Joss Whedon. Oh, sorry, Kyle. Were you going to say something?
No, I said, why not? Go for it.
Yeah. Joss Whedon looks more and more appealing to me. His writing looks more and more appealing to me every single day. Question for the panel and for the chat. Chat, if you want to join in on this too, let me know what you guys think. Would you take a movie with Joss writing, or who's the guy who's about to write Superman?
James Gunn.
James Gunn or Joss Whedon?
I would take Whedon.
What movie? What movie?
Oh, that's true too.
Honestly, anything.
Nah, it's got to be something. Give us parameter. What movie? A Superman movie or what?
Superhero movie. Because they both. So Joss has done Avengers, which is peak. But James Gunn did Guardians, and Guardians freaking crushed.
Well, here's the thing about Guardian. I think Josh knows this. There was a lady who actually wrote a script of Guardians, and I think I think James Gunn like lifted her or put his name on her script, and they went to arbitration. I think about that.
It's, I mean, look, James, they're both good writers in their own respect. James Gunn just has a very distinct style. He is James Gunn. I do think Joss tends to be he's got a little more breadth than what he can do. But they're actually really good friends. Like Joss and James are really, really good friends.
Made for each other.
They're made for each other. So look,
Aw.
both are fine, but if I think no matter what, you're gonna get something that's a little more zany with James than you would with Joss. So
Yeah.
and I will say Joss gets a lot of crap for the quote unquote Marvel humor. But I think he knew how to do it well and knew how to do it sparingly. And that's kind of one of his things. He's always been known for, but he's always talked about like, sometimes you need some levity in a moment. And it's fine to have a joke, but it needs to make sense. There needs to be a purpose for it. So if you're going to put a joke, don't put it there just to have a joke. Like, let it be a joke, but let it also reveal something about the character or lead into something for the plot.
Exactly.
So he approaches it that way. James is very much like, hey, let me come in with these jokes. So
yeah, I'll throw 1,000 and hopefully one sticks, and then you forget about the ones that
the
didn't.
other.
Like, hey, remember that good one though?
Hey, but I did get you with the one joke.
One,
but about
Like the
20
Chris-
years ago.
yeah.
The Chris Pratt line where he goes, "Oh, if I had a black light, this place would look like a Jackson Pollock painting." You know, like that's good. That's funny. I love it.
Great.
it is funny.
That's very clever.
I also love the whole bit in Guardians 3 with the door and how to open the door to the car.
Oh, the first
I didn't
F word.
see
Yeah, the
Guardians
first
3.
fuck. Yeah.
Open the fucking door.
Let's see what Chad has to say. So Mark McGrath says James Gunn is a little too in love with his bits. So I get it. Yeah, James Gunn, and he wants to be known for that thing. So Zaxx says ladies shouldn't be writing. Well, I don't know which one that alludes to then. Which one is more of a lady? I don't know.
I think it's referring to the one that did the original Guardian script.
Oh, okay. Jack Frost says Whedon did Firefly, the most underrated sci-fi TV show ever. I agree.
I disagree with that 100%.
Yeah, I wouldn't say so. I would say it got robbed of its potential.
But it's potentially the most underrated, though, right? No,
the show doesn't hold up. The show does not hold up. You cannot watch that fucking show.
No,
it doesn't hold up. No, it's garbage.
Even with Serenity.
Stop with this fucking bullshit. The show does not hold up. You just have these rose-colored glasses, like, oh no, everyone talks about it, so let's talk about how great and underrated it is. No, you can't watch that fucking show now. It's terrible. You can't watch it.
I wouldn't go that far.
I tried 3 times to watch that piece of shit. You can't fucking do it. It's just no. Sorry.
That takes from Kyle over here.
Oh no! I'm gonna be canceled for that. Oh,
Zaxx,
the 5 Firefly fans. No.
Take my eyes, but not my Firefly show. Zaxx says kick Kyle. Well, he's getting close. He may redeem himself once we start talking about Daredevil. So, I also saw JK said, I don't know about Whedon. He was pretty douchey for a long time. You know, and the thing is for me, it never showed in his art though. Like he may have been douchey behind the scenes, but so was like Kubert, not Kubert, the director who did The Shining and the director who did
Kubrick.
Yes, Kubrick. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm not saying Joss Whedon is innocent. I'm not saying he's a perfect man or even a good man. But if you've ever dealt with actors and egos, I 100% have no problem with the fact that he's like, listen, sit down and shut the fuck up. This isn't your show.
You're going to say booyah, motherfucker, and you're going to like it, okay? Man, I don't want to say booyah. Well, it's the character, so you're going to say it.
Right.
And you're out of here. You know
and
what?
Then,
you all look alike to me. I can find another one of you on the street and they'll say that fucking booyah for half the money.
You're going to go to LA and find another one, okay?
The fact that he went up to Joss and was like, hey, so Zach was actually partnering with me to make sure everything was good before we landed on it. So I would appreciate if you would do the same. And Joss is like, Yeah, hey, there's a reason he was fucking fired. Okay? Get out of here. Write what's written for you and call it a day. Like, I love that Joss was like, this is going to be a piece of shit no matter what. They're asking you to take a shitty 4-hour film and make it a shitty 2-hour film. That's what I'm doing. Like, and
that's a
by
good
the
point.
way,
That's a good point.
we have to film this film. Everything we're refilming, we have to film it on a television budget and schedule. Like, let's go.
And it looked like it. That's for
It
sure.
did. It definitely did.
Yes, it did.
I also want to highlight Mark McGrath, who says, "Who's down with the MVP?" My man. It's been a while since I've heard that. Thank you, sir. Great to see you here again. Always a pleasure, Mark. And I also want to highlight Rudy Taitague. I want to make sure I'm pronouncing that correct. For $5.
Raise that roof.
Oh, brother, he says, "Good catching the live show. Shout out to Heavy D and the boys." That sounds like a gang. D and the boys. Shout out to you, Heavy D. It sounds like Dirty Mike and the boys from what
The
is
other
it?
guys.
The other guys. Yeah. Thanks for the F Shack, signed Dirty Mike and the boys. Well, thank you so much, Rudy. We really, really appreciate the 5. And like I said, it goes right back into the show. And we love the support from you, Rudy. And thanks for your comments as well. Because if it weren't for your comment backing up Kyle last week, our memberships might look a little bit different. So thanks to you, brother. We've also got Sigma Comics, HH, heading in here. What's happening, brother? He says, "Seeds of Evil, Unholy Nightmare, great comics commentary. These are real contributions to comics. Support the channel and these great guys." Sigma, dude, you were the best. Hold up. Thank you. Dude, seriously, thank you so much. It is always great seeing you. I greatly appreciate the 5. And yeah, man, this is why we do it. This is why the show is called Comic Shop Conversations, because we get to talk about the books that these guys are working on, and also the contributions to the comic book industry that we would like to see or that we hate to see, you know, and I think those are good conversations. So appreciate it. Thanks for the support, Sigma. We always love seeing you at the conventions, and we look forward to hopefully seeing you in Dallas. So with that being said, here's for you.
Strength and honor. Strength and honor.
What we doing live? Echoes in eternity.
Strength and honor, my friend. And Kyle, not Kevin, the creator of Seeds of Evil, also coming in here. Thank you so much, man. Becoming a member of the Comic Crusade. And of course, I have to play this one. I think I put that on my list of clips specifically because I was like, I think we need this one for Kyle. So, but cheers, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
So speaking of the Crow, real quick, little segue. Have any of you noticed on Facebook, people will post the image of the Crow and RoboCop saying like the Crow is just the goth version of RoboCop?
Do you think so?
Sometimes I'll see that in some weird movie group or some weird. It's like
you don't see it?
No.
I don't know. I'd have to rewatch them both. I feel like RoboCop, the film, the themes are more.
It's more satire.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's more open satire. Yeah.
Whereas Crow is like genuinely serious about what it's trying to convey.
Yeah, it's like the emo version of RoboCop. It's like, okay, one is more risk cutting, and the other one is more satirical.
Yeah. It's 80s blow and hookers and
All right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
When the guy gets like completely demolished by that robot in the office,
209,
like 2 Gatling guns. Yeah.
Yep.
God, so great. Well, thank you everyone in chat. I really appreciate y'all being here. It's always a pleasure to see you guys, and it's so great to have the channel monetized again, and just feels really exciting to engage with y'all on that level. So thank you all for the support. So let's talk about our next thing. So Eric July, speaking of Comicsgate, there's been a feud within Comicsgate and Rippaverse and like what that looks like. And Eric July continues to post videos, even though he says that he's not posting videos anymore.
Not
So he
Gothics,
just
it's
recently-
Eric July again himself, eh? All
Dude,
right.
have we seen anything from Gothics?
None. Nothing.
Zero, right?
Mm.
Beats me.
Hmm.
So Eric dropped another video this week, and this one is part deux, folie à deux,
Mm.
from his previous, what was it, detractor stream, or
Oh God!
reacting to
Oh,
the detractor, or what was it, proving the haters wrong, or
Or I'm
owning the
terrible at
chuds,
writing
or
comics, or I'm an idiot. What was it?
something like that. Something
Okay.
like that. So we're just gonna play the first few seconds of this just to kind of see what he has to say, because I'm curious, right? So let's see what Eric has to say this week.
I bet he starts with hibbity jibbity.
23 minutes.
Flatulation of the matter by transmitting the effervescence of the Indonesian proximity in order to further segregate the crux of my venereal infection.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense then.
All right.
Okay, nice.
I get
Drew,
it.
have you seen this? Did you see this Eric
Yes,
July video before?
Yes, I think I sent this to you guys. I think I sent this. I forget who I sent this to.
Oh.
Because I love In Living Color, and anytime I could find any skits of Oswald Bates or Handyman or Jim Carrey as the vegan, it's hilarious stuff. It
Or
makes
Fire
me laugh
Marshal
out loud.
Bill.
Fire Marshal Bill, yeah, just the In Living Color is turning into a long lost gem, kind of like it's like I don't know if people really remember this, and people really do need to seek this out. Watch these skits; you're gonna laugh your ass off.
Now you're saying a couple names there before you mentioned Fire Marshal Bill, and like I understand, what do you call it? In Living Color is a great show, but I do want to stay on topic because this is an Eric July video, right? So if we are staying on topic, we should probably talk about what Eric July said here, right? So
I mean, if you're just listening and you're not looking, you wouldn't know that it's not Eric July.
Correct.
well, let's see if we can listen to a little bit more and see if maybe we can decipher a little, what he's trying to articulate, right?
Okay.
All right.
If I may retain my liquids here for one moment, I'd like to continue the redundance of my quote unquote intestinal tract. See, because to preclude on the issue of world domination would only circumcise the revelation that reflects the aphrodisiac symptoms which now perpetrates the Jericho's activation.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
Oh, that,
I've been trying to figure out how to activate my Jericho, so I'm glad I watched it.
Well, you really need to circumcise what we're really trying to do here. So, man, he's really on the nose. I think he's really figured out how to write himself into a corner here. So it's wonderful. I'm so glad that he's really, embracing his writing talents. So
I think he's turned a corner. I may actually start backing some of his stuff now.
This is what his comics are like.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So I watched this video, and funny enough, Drew, you actually sent this in the group chat to us. And I forget what I was watching, like the best of series or whatever. And sure enough, this clip came up, and I was like, what are the chances that we both watched it this week? But oh my God, if this is not the most Eric July video that's not Eric July I've ever seen in my entire life. It is so funny. And it's so on the nose. And
when comedians can say this stuff and not break, that's incredible.
Bro, I was laughing so hard. I had tears in my eyes when I first watched this. It's so good. And then the second, because every skit ends with them being like, "Stay in school, kids," right? 'Cause he's in jail. Oh my God. Here, let me see if I can play it.
Shadow, taken from the Hebrew word for skin.
Understand what you read. He doesn't. Paid for by the President's Council on Literacy.
Oh man, it's so funny.
Let's just watch in living color. Let's just watch Best of in Living Color skits. How about that?
Yeah, can we stop watching Daredevil and just watch in living color? I think that'll be much better.
Yeah, people who are watching us, they're younger than us. If you're unaware that Jim Carrey was a stand-up comedian and he got his big break on In Living Color. He was just a force. He was unstoppable on that show. He was insane. Just the skits he was doing, and even I think Keenan Ivory Wayans, he'd said like he was a guy like you couldn't control the guy. You just had to just let him go.
Yep. Well, you could tell he had star power and charisma. Like he's just one of those guys that you watch old skits of his. It's like he is just an absolute standout. Like in everything he does, they're like he's not going to stay here long because he's way too talented to be on this show. Unfortunately.
Oh.
So even like one of the recurring characters it was like it'd be like news reporters doing like interviewing people, and he'd be like guy in the background like distracting people watching him and all, just doing stupid shit in the background.
Well, that's why I always I don't know, SNL was funny for me for a little bit, but then when I started watching Mad TV and in living color, like I was like, oh wow, these are superior shows. And I know that sounds like, oh, I'm just being a contrarian or a hipster, but no, like my entrance into comedy was SNL. But then as I furthered watching and getting more interested in, sketches and actors and, all these comedic characters, like you see that Mad TV and In Living Color are far superior. So
one of the things that they do differently is SNL has a tendency to come up with a funny concept.
Right.
And then they'll mistake the funny concept for a funny character. Mad TV and In Living Color were coming up with funny characters and then doing funny concepts with those funny characters.
Yeah.
Like it makes it, that's what gives you neither of the shows lasted, but character wise, that's why you got excited to see them come back again and again and again and again. Cause you're like, oh, I fucking love this character.
But I will say, Max, if you can find, if there's one character that Jim Carrey played on In Living Color that means more now than it has in the last 25 years. It's when he plays the eco insane vegan guy, just absolutely insane. Like he is the representation of every fucking soy boy right now. It is the funniest skit you will ever watch. He did like 2 or 3 times. It is hilarious.
Well, considering that, what's the joke? An atheist, a CrossFitter, and a vegan walk into a bar. How do you know? Because they told you. And it's like, oh yeah, no, that tracks. Like, it's a very funny joke because it's really real. But yeah, I'll have to look that up, Drew. Thanks for showing that and reminding us that
it's like because
the Wayans brothers were fantastic.
Yeah. They're brilliant. But like the lines of dialogue that Jim Carrey says, it is everything every one of those douches would say on Twitter. Everything he says out loud. It's like, this is one of those jackasses on Twitter. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Too funny, man. Well, we'll have to maybe play that later because we've got some more news. But before we get into some news, I do want to shout out Sigma Comics. Welcome to the Copper Age, my friend. Joined at the Copper Age level. So let me get our classic air horn here for him. Can't let him go without that. It's a staple now. So there we go. We've also got Man of War 665, the neighbor of the beast, for 31 months. Oh my gosh, dude. An OG from the start. Love you, man. Thank you so much. One of the only few gentlemen who I can talk genuinely about Warhammer, and we can feel understand our pain for different things like Dungeons and Dragons and Warhammer and what's being done to those properties. But Man of War says, WTF Mac slips in my back pocket like he never left. I just went, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, you can thank YouTube for that. So for those who may not know, when I got remonetized, YouTube automatically revamps your membership. So whatever membership tier you had, it just takes money from your account without notifying me as the creator or you as the member. So I had to like email all my members like, hey, you're going to get some, notification, like money's going to come out of your bank account. So Man of War, I apologize, but you can say screw YouTube for that one because they totally didn't give me any warning. But thank you so much, brother. Thank you for being a Bronze Age member, and always love getting to see you at these different meetups. Hail to you. And I mean, do we even need to give this man an introduction? Harley motherfucking Dave. The man, the myth, the legend, the Marine himself, coming in with 50 doll hairs. Sorry, I think I cut you off there, Kyle.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
My gosh. That's crazy.
Whoa. Wow.
Harley, you're insane. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Very, very generous donation, dude. Seriously, I'm very, very grateful for that. And you're the best, man. I always appreciate you and hope you're doing well. Cheers. And hopefully you had better OPSEC than our current vice president and head of our Department of Defense, because they just like sending emojis to each other, about different what was it like it was just like a different war plans. So fun times. But yeah, Harley, once again, this one's for you, brother. Thank you so much for the 50.
Here's to feeling good all the time.
I'm gonna laugh every time I see that. Just
never not be funny.
Yeah.
How could you not? Yeah. So also why Seinfeld is far superior to any other sitcom. So
agreed.
But all right. Next up, did we all sit through the 5-hour live stream?
No.
No,
I didn't know 5 hours. I saw the 1 minute whatever clip. I'm like, oh, that's gay. And I was like, I didn't know it was literally 5 hours, right?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah,
I wish I were that bored to be able to do that. That's insane.
I was at work, so I couldn't watch it. And then I saw that it was live, so I like pulled it up and I was like, why are they just showing the back of, and I can't even remember who was showing it first. I was like, why are they just showing the back? Like, is it a casting announcement? Did it freeze? Has it not started? What's going on? So then I'm like, oh, BD Brandon's live. I'm gonna go see what he's saying. And he's over here and he's like, bro, we've been at this for like 2 hours and we've gotten 5 names. I'm like, what the? All right. Well, you know what I can do? I can come back at 10 p.m. tonight and everyone's gonna be listed. So
yep.
Yeah.
Winning.
Wait, but guys, you won't be part of the cultural zeitgeist. You won't be in the know, and you won't get to watch Ant-Man's little itty bitty tiny chair. Wasn't that funny?
It was cute.
Because when the camera pans down, you see Ant-Man, and then
listen,
small.
I'm gonna shit on this, not because of Marvel. I think it's stupid, but you know what? Marvel's getting the last laugh because they like at one point they had like 6 point something million people watching on X alone. That's not counting YouTube.
Yeah,
and
I mean, yeah,
people stayed watching the entire time.
Yeah.
So yeah, sure, they probably had it on in the background, but Marvel's making that money off the views, and like they trended all day because of this. So you know what? Kudos to them, and then dumbasses that watched, like, sorry, you're a dumbass that watched the entire time.
Yeah. Bro, that's what's wild is that they will make more money on this live stream that they have made on probably their last few Marvel like movie projects.
Off of
and
chairs. Off of chairs with
Off of-
names on them. Not even the fucking actors.
not the actors. Nope.
Yeah,
don't even
only
do-
RDJ. Yeah.
Yep, only him. Which they probably paid him like $5 million. Like, just sit here and not say a word, please.
Just sit here, do this, do funny I'm Iron Man thing.
Yeah,
and
do the Agatha all along thing.
Yep,
Congratulations.
and then grab your check as you walk out the door. Thank you.
Yeah, that's all you have to do.
Mhm.
So but I figured we could go through the casting and see who's here and who's more importantly not here.
Ooh.
Even though which is also kind of disappointing because they're like, oh wait, there's more. So Josh, I don't know if you maybe want to speak a little bit more to this, but apparently they're going to release a whole new list of other people too.
So yes and no. So what you're seeing, this cast here, they're the characters that are going to have like an actual role to play. Even some of these are going to be minor, but they're going to have actual plot here. There are some holdouts from the X-Men side of things that they need to finalize contracts. That's why they weren't announced. So we'll see if that happens. Other than that, you're going to get more announcements, and they're strictly going to be cameos.
Oh.
Well,
Hmm.
oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kyle.
No, I just find that's interesting. So they're just going to be popping up and saying hi, hello, how are you? And that's
Well, keep in mind this is essentially part one of a 2-film story.
That's right. Yeah.
So you've got bigger names that they're locking down. Bigger names that they're locking down for Secret Wars.
Well, I assume Chris Evans, right?
Yes, that's rumored.
Okay.
They just can't do that when they've already mentioned Anthony Mackie. So
Right.
Yeah, they can. They've already
yes.
they've already said they've reached out to him, and Chris has already said he might be open to it.
Sure.
So like he's coming back for Secret Wars. There's no question.
He has to. They got Robert Downey Jr. back. Chris, get the fuck up here, dude.
Yeah,
you don't have
I mean, apparently, the 2 chairs that have been filmed but were not added to this live stream were Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds. So,
Okay.
I mean, if they really want to get the X-Men cast in here, I guess they bring back Wolverine and Deadpool again, but
I would save them for Secret Wars if you're gonna do it.
yeah.
I would.
I mean, see the place where you bring in Ben Affleck Daredevil, right? It's
Right.
where you bring in Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. It's where you bring everyone. That's where you have your fun. But then Avengers Doomsday needs to be an actual well-written storyline that maybe has some like good character moments, hopefully. But I mean, do you think we're going to get this with, because when you see this list, and for those of you who didn't hear about this or don't know, for a good portion of this cast looks like it's going to be some of the original Avengers, like Thor, Iron Man. Loki's not an Avenger, but Loki was in the first Avengers. We've also got some of the original X-Men, like Ian freaking McKellen, Patrick Stewart, and then Nightcrawler, Rebecca Romaine. Oh my goodness!
Mhm.
Thank you, Lord, for bringing her back into the fold. Kelsey Grammer, the one and only Beast, the best Beast. And then Channing Tatum and James Marsden as Cyclops. But then we also got some like zeros, like the Falcon, the second Falcon to the Falcon.
Yep.
Honestly, that's the biggest what the fuck out of this whole, like, why even include him in the casting
Agreed.
announcement? Like, you could have him there and not include him, and it probably would have made you look better.
100%.
Like, take 2 people off this list so you have even rows. And I would say take Danny Ramirez off. Sorry, Danny, you seem like you're a nice guy, but take him off. Go back out again.
No. You're right next to him. We can take Simu Liu.
So
Shang-Chi.
look, here's the thing. I can't stand Simu Liu, but they're trying to make him relevant, so I would keep him there. Like,
what about
he's had his own movie. I don't hate Namor like everyone else does. So
So you would
Easy. We
keep
know why.
Namor.
Take it easy, all right?
no, he's
All
not my type at all. At
Easy.
all.
Oh.
Would you keep M'Baku?
I would, because M'Baku's the king of Wakanda now.
M'Babe.
You won't bet.
M'Babe.
Oh, come on. We got to get rid of Sentry. What is Sentry doing here?
Bro,
Standing like a sentry.
I would say Sentry's a valid character. Like, he's a powerhouse here.
He and Vision are two powerhouses. Why not put Vision in Sentry's place? We already know Vision.
Because Vision's going to be part of this whole West Coast Avengers / Young Avengers that's going to come into Secret Wars. We've seen the concept art. We know they're coming.
No. Yeah.
I wouldn't have included the Thunderbolts characters. And if I did, I would have included one, maybe two.
You got one. You got Bucky.
You got
Bucky,
you
got
Ghost, Guardian. But what I'm saying is, like, you're ruining. Well, I don't even want to say you're ruining. You're giving away Thunderbolts, because that's a movie you could have actually gone into with some like, hey, is everyone gonna make it out alive? Nope. But they've shown their hand now that the only person biting the dust is Taskmaster, which we know from the trailers. Like, it's been made blatantly obvious.
Right. Yeah, she's the Slipknot of the movie. Everyone knew Slipknot was gonna fucking die in the Suicide Squad movie.
No.
But like, if you had asked me, going in, I would have been like, hey, I won't be shocked if Ghost dies. I won't be shocked if Red Guardian dies. I wouldn't even be completely shocked if they got rid of US Agent.
Honestly, I would have thought all three of them would have maybe potentially have died easily.
And that's probably gonna be a disservice to the movie now, because you're like, well, I know they're living, so like, all right.
Harley Dave brings up a good point in the chat. He says, I don't even understand the angle. And that's kind of my thing, is like, so I don't understand, like, why was this the rollout that they decided to do for Avengers Doomsday? Why are they well, I know why they're holding on to some characters because of contract issues, and I understand the logistics of that and the legality of who they can talk about and who they can't release right now. But the whole thing seems confusing and bloated more than anything, and convoluted to me, because it's like, okay, so we're doing Secret Wars, but we're also doing Young Avengers, but we're also doing Avengers Doomsday. But then Robert Downey Jr. isn't actually coming back as Iron Man. He's coming back as Doom. So we're going to have a multiverse thing again. And from my understanding from the rumors is that you're going to have these different dimensions of Fox X-Men versus original Avengers versus Thunderbolts. And it's this whole conglomeration of these like three entities fighting. And I'm like, that sounds abysmal. I don't want anything to do with that. But
so from what I've been told, this film is essentially issue number 1 of Hickman's Secret Wars. You've got a big incursion event. The Thunderbolts and the Avengers characters are our Earth. Like, it's supposed to be, that's the Earth we're on. We already know the Fantastic Four characters are in another universe. That's going to clash in. And then you have the X-Men universe clashing in. But it's going to be... So... If there's one character here that I'm telling you is going to play the biggest role aside from Robert Downey Jr., it's Tom Hiddleston.
Okay.
Because
of Loki season 2.
Well, not just that. Well, he's one of the most charismatic actors, and like one of the fan favorite characters.
Well, I mean, he's also like the lord of space time right now in continuity. So he's gonna kind of take the place of the Beyonders. Like whatever is going on with Robert Downey Jr.'s characters, he's gonna go to Loki, and I bet he's gonna be like, probably towards the end of the film, he's gonna kill Loki or take Loki's power, whatever it's gonna be, so that he is controlling space and time.
Okay. See, I assume Mr. Fantastic would be the one to start the incursion, whatever the fuck. Like, he wants to fuck with time or whatever to try to fix Ben Grimm, to get him back, to get everybody back to normal. Let's go back in time before we hit whatever thing in space, and let me figure this out, how to save everything. And then that fucks everything up. Like, that's just kind of what I assumed was going to happen. But I have no fucking clue. But yeah, this just seems like weird gobbledygook of people put in here. I mean, I would have much rather have seen Echo and the Marvel,
Oh, God.
Miss
Oh,
Marvel
no.
and Captain Marvel here. I want to see the real heroes
The real
showing up here.
heroes.
Where's Thor's daughter at? I want to see her.
Or
fight
Cassie
somewhere.
Lang from Ant-Man,
Yeah,
who
like,
told
let's-
Cassie.
I want the smart people in the room figuring it out. I want Ironheart. Like I want the real brains of figuring this stuff out.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you then kind of resonate with this them's opinion, where she says, out of 27 announced cast members for Avengers Doomsday, only 5 are women. Ugh, that's not just a small number; it's a glaring reminder of how skewed things still are. How does this ratio even happen?
Yes.
Kyle's on board.
Thank you.
But yeah, no, yeah. Where are the Marvels? Where is
Yeah.
Marvel's Katie?
Right.
Where is Miss Marvel? And yeah, who knows? But
So fully expect Katie to be a cameo. Just
oh, you think so? Okay,
100%.
Okay. Well, this has been going around, making its way around the Twitterverse, the Xverse. Aaron Sparrow, our good friend Aaron, he says, how odd to ask a question and then prevent people from responding in any way. Good thing I can still screenshot it to help you out. This ratio happens when a studio realizes that its core audience for superhero movies are men and are desperate to make movies that turn a profit after several years. Years, not just months or 1 or 2 movies. Years of catering to women and women not caring or showing up. So yeah, Aaron makes a great point, and I think if anyone should be blamed, it's Disney. Disney let women down, man. They're the ones that tried to promote this. We're inclusive. We're gonna have the coolest female characters ever. We're gonna have this and that and diversity, this and that, and then they wrote them terribly.
Yep.
And then no one liked them. So no one showed up or gave them money.
I did. I thought they were great.
Well, thank you for being our one, Kyle. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
You know what? You're part of the solution.
Thank you.
You know
Solidarity. Hell
yeah. I knew I could count on you.
Mhm.
So yeah, no, it's ridiculous, but
It's
go
not
ahead,
even
John.
that they're written terribly in the sense of that it's just bad writing. It's also these female characters have been written as terrible individuals. Like,
Yeah.
some of them are just awful people, and they're written that way. And then you have women
Like
coming in
Cassie.
being like, "Oh my god, these are great characters," and I'm like, "No, look, Max can attest to this. I send him Instagram reels all the time of women that are awful. I'm like, women are the worst. I'm so glad I'm gay."
Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why I didn't recognize that Bane's neck looked like a vagina, because I was like, yeah, I just don't go around those anymore. I just stay away from that.
Yeah, I mean, you really, if you look at it, majority of the women introduced after Endgame, or probably right up to Endgame, are pretty much insufferable, intolerable. I mean, from Black Panther's sister, who's the new Black Panther, all the way now to White Widow, and the only one that's not bad is Kate Bishop. She's the only one who's kind of managed to be relatively likable.
And that was actually one that I was like, hey, I wouldn't mind seeing Jeremy Renner or Kate Bishop on this list.
Yeah.
Haley Steinfeld, right?
Yeah, Haley Steinfeld. Yeah.
I'm just gonna go
So-
out there and say Letitia Wright gets a lot of shit that she does not deserve, strictly because they didn't recast T'Challa.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah,
and
that's fair.
look, I will always defend this. The fact that you had your lead actor pass away like less than a month before you were supposed to start filming, and then you're like, hey, I can't just completely push this person out when he helped develop and there's a point where we have to be human beings, and I get we want something different, but I can't get mad at them for that. And there are other people that have spoken ill of what they thought about Wakanda Forever, but then also said that exact sentiment of like, I can't be, and people in the industry, like I can't speak ill that they did that, because I when you lose a friend, it's hard to just go like, let me replace this person. So I can't speak ill of that. I also want to remind everyone, she was the based single, well, aside from Evangeline Lilly, the single based person that's like, I'm not getting the jab. I don't care
Yeah.
what y'all say. Stop production, fire me, do whatever, but I'm not doing it. So
That was pretty
like,
sick.
Let's give a little grace to Letitia Wright in that respect. I get we wish we had T'Challa. I'm 100% on board. I agree, especially coming into this film where we know T'Challa is probably going to play a large. Well, Black Panther is probably going to play a large role, but I'm wondering if they're actually going to shift some of that to M'Baku. And what I mean, like Drew, you read the Secret Wars comics, right?
Yes, it did. Yeah.
So T'Challa plays a relatively large role throughout that story. Like it's an impactful role. I won't be shocked if you see some of that fall on M'Baku and not Letitia Wright.
So speaking of quote unquote large role, I'm wondering if they're going to do to the Thing what they did to him in that Secret Wars series. That'd be interesting.
No, I don't know. I don't know if
You
I
shall
actually
see.
read that full Secret Wars series.
Well,
so-
there are certain things I remembered. A lot of it I chose to forget, but the one thing I do remember was what Doom did to the Thing in that. It's like, oh shit. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Well, I am going to. I'll ask you guys a question, then we'll move on to our next topic here. But I will say that MG is in the chat. Welcome in, brother. MG, if you go back a little bit earlier on in the stream, we showed off your original art. Congratulations, man. Hope you enjoy it. And then I do want to highlight Rudy. Rudy says, Max, that 5 women is 3 women too many. And I agree.
Agreed.
I think we should have Rebecca Romaine and
Yep.
Vanessa Kirby, and I think we would be
Yep.
totally fine.
Perfectly
Yep,
fine.
call it a day. Because
Yep.
definitely not Yelena. She is arguably, insufferable. See you next Tuesday, #1 in this whole lineup.
So that brings me to my question to the panel and to the chat. If you guys want to involve yourselves as well, feel free to. But out of this casting, I'll give you 1, maybe 2. What is your who are you most excited about seeing back on the big screen in this context? I'll go down. So Kyle, I'll start with you, and then Drew and
I can go first because I've got very quick, easy answers.
Good.
100% Alan Tudyk is Nightcrawler.
You mean Alan Cumming?
I mean, yeah, sorry, Alan Cumming. My bad.
Yeah.
Whoops.
You're thinking Firefly, Alan Tudyk.
I know. Yeah. Well, among Alan Tudyk's done dozens of things, but Alan Cumming.
Yeah.
And I do think it's interesting that. Real quick before I name my next person, I do think it's interesting that out of everyone on this list, the 2 people that have the most positive momentum as actors right now are Alan Cumming and James Marsden.
Yeah.
It's just they're the people that have been in both streaming shows, and one's a reality show, successful things that have had a lot of positive momentum. And
Marsden's been working. Marsden's a worker. He has been nonstop working, so it's like good for him.
Well, he had jury duty, and
which is hilarious. Yeah,
hilarious, and kudos to him for coming in and just playing that. But he also had Paradise, which got a lot of stuff, and then The Traitors, which Alan Tudyk is Alan Tudyk. Jesus, did it again. Alan Cumming is the host for, has been blowing up. So, but yeah, I'm gonna say Nightcrawler, and honestly, probably. I really want to see what they do with Ian McKellen because I feel like they're going to try to give him something cool.
Sir Ian McKellen, please.
Sir.
Put some respect on his name, right? So
he might be too old to do too much too cool, but
agreed.
He's 85.
Yes.
He's 80. He's like 82 or 85 or something.
He may be in a wheelchair along with Patrick
along
Stewart.
with old Charles.
They're both just wheeling themselves.
Look, they're racing. No, they're just going down the hill. Someone get them.
Yeah. Charles, no. I will say I really like James Marsden as Cyclops. That's a sick casting.
Agreed.
Like it's. Oh yeah, Josh.
I'm gonna change my second answer.
Okay.
I'm gonna say Channing Tatum, and here's why.
Yes.
I think it's going. Hold on. I think it's going to be a completely different gambit than what we saw in Deadpool and Wolverine.
No.
Really? You can't-
I think so.
No.
Like
Because
better
what
or
you're-
worse? Like,
Like
are we gonna
serious
get the?
or-
I think they're gonna do a serious Gambit.
Okay.
Oh.
Because no, but hold on, you don't have anyone else from Deadpool and Wolverine in this film. You don't have
So
Blade.
far.
You don't have Elektra.
Well, so far they haven't. They said there's going to be more to be announced. I guarantee you they're going to announce Hugh Jackman. I guarantee you they're going to be announcing some. Oh, come on! We know Hugh Jackman will be in this. He will be in this.
If it is, it's going to be a teaser setting up Secret Wars.
Well, I would actually appreciate a Gambit who says, "Whoa, I'm about to make a name for myself."
Yeah.
I would probably prefer a Gambit that does not do that, but a Gambit that has Channing Tatum's acrobatics. Hell yes, I will take that every single day of the week.
Maddox and that Riz. He's got that Riz.
He's got the Riz, man.
And the
He's got the Riz.
Have you seen him lately? He's gotten really
He got
lean.
cut as hell.
Yeah.
He's back to his dancer. He's back to his male dancer shape. Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
Step it up,
He
is that what
said,
it was?
"Step it up."
Is that what he
Step the yard, stomp the yard,
Yeah,
step
stomp
it,
the yard.
step it on the yard.
Stump on the yard.
But yeah, no, in his Instagram post, I remember him saying, like, "I'm never being fat again. Being fat sucks." You know, like he was like, "Yeah, I want to I want to be lean."
Sure.
Kyle, did you I'll go back to you. Do you think you have one or two here that you're excited about seeing?
I would say James Marsden as Cyclops. That's
Yeah.
something that can actually be redeemed and hopefully done correctly, because he does look like Scott Summers, and I think it was one of the best castings. They just completely ruined that fucking character. So I hope they get it right this time. So he's the one I'm most excited for to hopefully they get right this time. And Patrick Stewart, I want to see again, seeing his neck snapped stupidly.
Oh,
It just pisses me the fuck off. And so again, seeing that retconned, or like, okay, that never happened because this was a shitty fucking movie. Like, we're getting rid of that. Like, that's what I want to see.
dude. Oh my god.
Blame
Okay.
Michael Waldron.
Goose
Blame Michael
Fraba.
Waldron.
Goose Fraba. I need to like refocus my energy. I'm sorry. I just see like red. You know, like when you get so mad, you just see red, and there's like nothing.
Is it because you're a Scarlet Witch fan?
No.
Maxie, I've got
All I
something
see is
for
Scarlet
you.
Witch. Yeah.
Look.
I see her ruining
There she
my
is, look.
favorite.
Oh, wow,
no. I see her ruining my favorite characters of all time, being Doctor Strange, Reed Richards, and Professor X.
Yeah.
Michael Waldron ruined your favorite characters of all time.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So Kyle, yours was Patrick Stewart and James Marsden. Heavy D. Is there anyone? Do you have anyone on this list that you are excited to see again?
Yeah, some of them are pretty much the same names that Josh said. You know, I'm looking forward to Alan Cumming back as Nightcrawler.
Mm-hmm.
He almost said Alan Tudyk.
Yeah, yes, I did. Almost, yeah. Because he only got that one chance. Only did the one movie, and it's like that was a shame. He should have been in another one, which was wrong. I want to know why he was only in one.
Dude, for real though.
Yeah,
that presidential office scene.
Yeah, it's arguably one of the best, if not the best.
Sick.
The best part of that movie.
Yeah. It's the best part of any X-Men film is seeing Nightcrawler's powers. So
you know, honestly, it's the X-Men cast, because Rebecca Romijn as Mystique. She was great as Mystique.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, same thing. X2 again. She killed it.
Yeah, her facial reactions, her line delivery is perfect. Channing Tatum as Gambit, James Marsden as Cyclops. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing these guys come back.
Yeah.
Oh, and Kelsey Grammer as Beast. He was great as Beast.
Yeah, buddy, dude. Kelsey Grammer as Beast. He looked, so the Marvels sucked. We all know that. But his after credit scene, he still looked good in that Beast, makeup.
I thought it was CGI.
Well,
CGI.
Was it? Oh no,
Yeah,
no,
all
it's
CGI.
okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
X3. In X3, he had the makeup.
He had the
on.
makeup.
Yep.
Yeah.
He looked great in X3, and that makeup.
He
job
looked
they did
really
was
good.
amazing.
Yeah.
The movie was dog shit, but yeah, he was good.
I forget that X3 happened. So yeah.
Fucking Brett
So-
Ratner.
Oh, and you know what? I will say the other one. I know he's going to give a solid delivery because I know he wants his character to be treated seriously.
Hmm?
Chris Hemsworth is Thor. I really think he's going to come out swinging in this. I think he wants a redemption movie for his for Thor, and I hope we get it because Jesus, Love and Thunder was a fucking mess and a train wreck.
Taika's away from this, thank God.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well,
But I've said this before.
those are good choices.
Chris Hemsworth is still partially to blame for freaking Love and Thunder. Because
Yeah.
I think he
was the one-
recognized his mistakes, though.
Yeah, I mean, but it too
'Cause
late.
I think,
unfortunately.
much too late, far too late. So, man. So here's what I want to pick. I want to pick these two freaking legends of the industry. Two men who are probably the best actors in this entire, like by far the best actors in this entire lineup of people, right? Classically trained. Not only is one of them Gandalf, but one of them is Jean-Luc Picard. Like these two men have been the best at their craft for decades. I'm afraid they're going to be too old though. And I'm afraid that they won't have the same presence on screen, but we'll see. They could prove me wrong. So I initially was going to say Patrick Stewart and Sir Ian McKellen. However, I think my honest pick though is I will agree with you all, Alan Cumming is Nightcrawler, but my big one is actually Chris Hemsworth Thor. I think Thor is one of my favorite characters from the original Avengers, from his first movie, and then they continued to do him poorly in Thor 2, Thor Ragnarok, and Thor Love and Thunder. And if we finally get a Thor where he is like he is in Infinity War, then we may have some redemption. But I'll say that's who I'm looking forward to. So,
Well, positive note, you've got one of the writers from Infinity War and Endgame coming in. So
okay,
they're
all
writing the script, and then you've got the Russos back. So
that's good to know. Okay, good deal. Good deal.
Yeah.
Someone said that they wanted to see Gaia come into the Avengers film. Wouldn't that be cool, Josh? Gaia from Secret Wars, where she has like all the different powers.
Dude, look, I'm even over here like, who's Gaia?
I was like, Gaia.
No, come on, guys. We remember Gaia, right?
More.
Oh God damn it!
I was like, what the fuck are you
More
talking
than
about?
Echo, more than Echo. I don't want anything from Secret Wars coming up. I would rather sit down and be forced to watch Echo than be forced to watch Secret Wars, and that should say something.
Well, Echo is just more so boring, right? Or was it like painful too?
No, they're both
Secret
bad.
Wars. Okay.
This is just outrageous. They should have
Look
just
at how good
gone.
the CGI is.
They should have just gone with what everyone thought her character was, Abigail Brand, and we wouldn't be in this fucking mess right here.
Oh my God. Bro, like, what are we even doing? Look at this.
I just want to reflect on the fact how most of the younger cast, quote unquote younger cast, on the Game of Thrones show, most of them, their careers have pretty much fucking ended after that show.
Yeah.
How funny is it? Oh, yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, Sophie Turner, like, tried to do the whole Jean Grey thing, hasn't done anything since.
Nope.
Her. Freaking
Bomb after
Jon
bomb.
Snow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who James, what's his name that played the other Stark that he was in Eternals?
Oh, a Jon Snow character, right? Is that who you mean?
He played Dane. He played Dane Whitman.
No, the one that played Icarus.
Oh, yeah, he played Eddard Stark? No, I forget. Yeah, he died in the Red Wedding. Yeah.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
his career is kind of like so.
Yeah, he's gone to
You guys
shit.
are telling me you don't want to see this in Avengers Doomsday?
No.
Mila Clark?
No?
Yeah, no. I mean,
Actually, you know what? Put her there and have Robert Downey Jr. like just kill her.
immediately.
I don't know. She looks pretty strong.
She looks mad too.
She's
Oh,
mad. All
angry.
5'1" of her. She's
Yeah.
angry.
Yeah, so I really wish they would have shown her in a booster seat when she was driving that SUV. That'd have been hilarious.
Come with me if you want to live.
Is Sam Jackson coming back for this?
I hope
I
to
hope
God not.
Yeah, please, God.
Whoa. Is Julia Louis-Dreyfus coming back as woman?
I'm sure
As
she
woman.
Well, I don't. There's a theory she gets killed in Thunderbolt, so we'll see.
Oh.
I do find this frame hilarious because she is like legitimately like 5'1", 5'2".
Yeah.
So the arm looks tiny.
Tiny.
Like her body just looks so small. Ugh. So gross. But yeah, no, I thought this was hilarious because unique movie moments on X. They got 27,000 likes and 7.1 million views on X. He said Gaia would have not been bad in the Avengers team. And then posted that.
What does that mean? Would not have
Gaia
been
wouldn't have been bad in the Avengers team, right? She wouldn't have been bad as in like she wouldn't have been a villain, or she wouldn't have been bad like, oh, she would have been cool to have in the Avengers team.
Yeah, I think that's what they're saying.
I assume.
And hard pass, hard disagree.
Hard disagree. So, but I thought you'd get a kick out of that, Josh, since you had to go through that monstrosity.
Bro, I seriously, I hope someday this comes out. I wonder if she's pissed about how that show turned out.
Oh, I'm sure. Right?
Because yeah, you had Bradstreet, the guy that did Mr. Robot. He was the one that wrote all the original scripts. And then you had the director that got fired. So they brought in the other director that was a piece of shit that went through and just changed everything. But he changed everything after they had started filming. So all these people are already under contracts. You gotta wonder if they're like, fuck this.
Well,
so none of the Eternals cast are going to be in this thing.
I don't think you're gonna see any attorneys, Eternals.
They just ignore all of that. I love it.
Yeah,
It's
you might have one pop up.
I love that. I love it. I think it's awesome.
Even the male bimbo Harry Styles as a Star-Lord. We're not Star-Lord. Starfox.
That will potentially be the one person that they try to get, but I don't think you're gonna see.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
It is very funny to see who they've just completely like, yeah, no, sorry, you're not coming back. Like, just like not even a mention or just like,
we're in a Marvel movie, we're made it. It's like, yeah, no one gives a fuck about you.
This movie's gonna save lives, guys. We're saving lives, and then it's like, oh no, like not really. Like that was a one-off. Yeah, never mind. You never existed.
Never happened.
Yeah, and no Jessica Jones either. No Luke Cage. No Iron Fist. No Iron Fist.
No Hand.
None of those.
No Hand.
Great characters.
I will say, potentially expect to see Daredevil in Secret Wars, and if you see anyone else from Netflix, it's gonna be Luke Cage.
That's fair.
Why not?
Ooh, that'd be cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Because Luke Cage was the one character they originally wrote into Infinity War, and then they were told to take him out.
Huh.
Where would he have been at an Infinity War?
He would have been in the scene where Thanos' children, the Black Order, show up in New York.
Okay.
There was going to be a scene of him helping or fighting.
Oh.
And then they were asked not to because of everything that was going on between Netflix and Disney. So they were asked to take him out.
Yeah.
Do you think would he have even fit in with Doctor Strange and Iron Man in that scene?
So he wasn't even they were just gonna cut to a scene of chaos, like different chaos going on, and he would have been there, like
holding up
debris
something,
flying. He would have just been there and not even like really been a role. But they said they wanted to make a nod to those shows, so they wrote his character in, kind of just doing a save. And this is the Russo brothers, like they're in an interview verbally saying this. And then it was Disney Marvel that asked them to take it out and not do it.
I like that actor. I think he's a great actor. He's great as Luke Cage. I know I like him.
So go listen to interviews about the other cast about him, because apparently he's a major prima donna.
Interesting.
I really he's got a lot of. I was like, I really like this guy.
Like Charlie Cox, whoever the dingbat was that played Iron Fist, Jessica Ritter, whatever her name is,
Jessica Jones,
the one that plays, Jessica Jones,
Okay.
Ritter. They all talked about how he did nothing but complain complaining about how they had to shoot at night, complaining about the stunts, complaining about how he was tired, like just
Showing up on time.
all of them. And the best was Finn Jones, the guy that played Iron Fist, was the one really laying into him. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, they did have a comic together called Power Man and Iron Fist. So I mean, like, it makes sense. Because the guy who played Iron Fist was probably thinking, like, bro, we could have our own show, like we could have our own movie. If you just play,
you and me both, dude, we're awesome together, right?
Yes,
so
like
great.
yeah.
They're all here for me.
Yep.
You will just say booyah, motherfucker. Okay. But yeah, considering that what is it? What was that article that said being on time is rooted in white supremacy?
Oh my God.
Maybe that's why he was so late all the time, Josh. Did you ever think of that? Huh?
No,
maybe
not
he's
late.
Just fighting the.
As far as I know, he wasn't late. He just complained.
He
didn't.
He complained about being on time.
He complained about the hours. He complained about being there at night. Like there were times that they were wanting to film a scene, and he was like, "Can we just sit down for a minute?" Like everyone else is like, "No, we want to fucking get this done so we can go home, man."
Gigantic, tough black man who's like, "Man, I want to sit down. I'm tired." And everyone's like, dude, we've all been on set for like 16 hours today. Listen, we all are tired. We just have to get this shot, okay? Man, the iniquity of my interrogation. It's like, okay. Cajun Corey is heading out for the evening. Cajun, thank you, sir. Enjoy the rest of your evening and have a great night, man. We've also got Kaiser Jose who says, what's up, boys? WTF am I looking at? You're looking at potentially one of the best, if not the best, women in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. We were looking at Gaia just a little bit ago. She's so powerful that Josh completely forgot who she was. So, yeah. And yeah, we do need maybe her Mother of Madness comic book to maybe reinvigorate our minds on what she ended up doing for the world of comic books, right?
Yeah.
Saved lives.
It saved lives. Well, when you consider that her superhero was just a self-insert and her superpowers were pubic hair, menstruation blood, period blood, and her heightened senses because of her emotional spectrum.
Itchiness? I don't know. Basically Blood Ruth is where I see it. Kind of interesting how Eric July gets his motivation.
Eric took that and he made it better.
Oh,
so
better.
And he made her black, so he actually did a tokenized version of Mother of Madness.
Wow.
Right?
Sounds about right.
Damn.
That makes sense. So
damn.
Well, speaking of the Netflix shows, I guess it's time to get into Daredevil, shall we?
No stinger for Daredevil, huh?
I got no stinger for Daredevil, unfortunately. I guess I could just like doodle 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 do the little theme song.
You should just take the clip of Leroy and have that be.
Oh my God, yeah. Man, I want some Cracker Jacks.
Stop being a vigilante.
Or what was it? Kerfuffle?
Fiddle-faddle.
Fiddle-faddle.
Yep.
I still need to stop in the Dollar Tree. I'm sure they've got it there. I'll take pictures. You know, I'll get some and I'll bring it to Dallas, and then we all have to take pictures with our box.
You gotta steal it. Steal it though, and then
steal it.
Okay, so I will do blackface and steal it.
Perfect.
And then I'll bring it to Dallas.
Perfect.
And then we have to take pictures of you handcuffed, and then one of us like with like glasses on, like blind glasses,
and you just berating like you need to do.
Man, then they lying on me. Then, well,
get me my parole.
Yeah, you have over 25 other criminal listings here, sir.
Half of these are felonies.
25 pages.
Oh, that's right. Oh my God. 25 pages. of prior convictions. Oh my god.
Yep.
I want to go
Matt's
home.
been like, wow, you are
Give me
a
my
piece of
probation,
shit.
white boy. Get the fuck
Yeah.
out of here.
Get out of here.
That's
Go
what
give
was
me my probation, blind man.
Yeah.
See, that's funny because you can't see.
Yeah, you
That's right.
dumbass cracker bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Thank you. Got it.
Matt's like, you're right. I'm a piece
Yes,
of shit.
sir. Sir, anything for you, sir.
Aye, sir. Yes, sir. God, it would have been one thing if Leroy did that and Matt was just like, you're a criminal, a violent villain. I'm locking you away forever. All right.
Yes.
But instead, he's like, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm the worst. Oh, man. Boo. Well, we get something with this. Before we get into Daredevil, I'm going to say goodnight to JK as well. JK is heading out. Thank you, JK. Have a great evening, young lady. So, Daredevil, Born Again. This was the little preview intro. Can you guys see that all right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a watermark over the episode?
Yeah. To help
Yeesh.
Max keep from getting.
Oh, you can do that?
Yeah. Well, I essentially downloaded the episode, put it through my editor, flipped it, and then put a overlay on it so we can kind of play it. So,
All right.
YouTube's real
That's
strict
how much
about
you
their
really
copyright
like this
stuff.
show. You really like this show. All right. Good for you.
I like it enough to where it is fun to talk about in that I want to bash it. So in order for us to bash it, I have to be able to play it. So
Okay.
the recap for this episode is a bank heist.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
it. So needless to say, it's about Kamala Khan's dad and a bank heist. I mean, anything else, gentlemen? Anything we want to add?
One positive. I'll give it one positive. There was
Okay.
one. It was a line of dialogue. I chuckled at it. It's from one of the thieves to Matt when Matt's telling him his past, and the thief's like, "Well, you're a regular Charles Dickens character, aren't you?" Just it was a blind orphan. It's like, okay, I kind of chuckled at that. Okay.
I laughed at when the main guy was like, "Oh, we got a blind guy. Do we have someone deaf here too?" Like,
Yeah.
I laughed at that.
Yeah.
I hated this episode.
I laughed at the female hostage negotiator who always had her arms crossed in every scene, which I thought was fucking hilarious. I'm like, does she move her arms? Does she move her arms? She doesn't hear. I'm like, oh my fucking God, she doesn't move her arms from being crossed. the
Yeah,
whole
bad
time.
You mean the diversity girl boss detective, lead detective on the force who's
The
like
detective Housh's negotiator woman, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, she's in episode 1, and I did not realize this. Yeah, I
Oh,
did
no.
not
At the
realize.
bar? Was she talking to?
She's Cherry. She's at the bar with Cherry talking about
Oh.
his retirement and that he better
Oh,
actually
me.
retire. I didn't realize
no.
that. I was on Zaxx's show Wednesday night, and he started playing through it. And I was like, "Holy shit, it's her!" Bad actress. That actress is awful. Don't
She's
ever use
terrible.
her again. Yeah.
Yeah, very bad actress.
But no, Max, you're right. This episode is like, hey, do you remember Kamala Khan? Oh no, you'll know Kamala Khan here, and you'll know how amazing she is, as well as her dad. Her dad is hilarious and amazing. This whole episode is dedicated to them, pretty much.
Yeah, the dad alludes to Kamala, which, by the way, is it Kamala or Kamala? Because I've been
Kamala.
lambasted for this for the past 4 years. That Kamala has been vice president. So I want to make sure, because they're both spelled the exact same way, right?
I think they say it differently. I think they both. I think they.
That's entitlement. If I've ever, that's like it's me.
Well-
My name is Max, but I require you to call me Max.
Well, one is Indian. I mean, black, and the other's Pakistani.
True.
That's right. I'm sorry. So yeah, it's really just the dad going like, "Oh, my daughter Kamala, she's the bestest, and we finally have our own New Jersey hero and blah blah." Even so much so that they made a Funko about her, and I'm like, bro, are we at a point at Marvel where we are now referencing ourselves? Like Disney Marvel Disney Marvel is now referencing itself.
Yeah, the branding
now-
bobblehead Funkos of our
Yeah.
characters. Yeah.
Yeah, let's
We've-
try to sell her just a little bit harder. Jesus
Well,
Christ, it's insane.
Are we honestly shocked?
No, not at
Mm-mm.
all.
No,
I mean,
and
they've done this in the comics for 10 years. Why not do it in the shows now?
Well, but that's the thing. Who is an executive producer for this?
Oh, is it really Salman Amanat?
Yep.
Jesus.
Oh boy. I was
So-
waiting for that to show up on the credits, but I
Oh.
didn't see it.
Hold on, get this. You know how I've been telling you like all the kind of like behind the scenes stuff of what was added, what wasn't added, like what was original, all that stuff. This is the only episode from the original 6 episodes that has aired completely untouched.
I believe
That makes perfect fucking sense.
that.
The
Oh
only
my
exception, if you want to say it's untouched, is the Vanessa stuff, but they didn't change the script. They just refilmed the scenes with Vanessa.
Oh my god, that tracks. That makes the most sense out of
Actually,
everything.
she's not even in this episode, so no. This is the
Yeah, she's
only
not.
episode completely untouched.
Yeah. And
And
it reads or it
It's
presents
awful.
that way. It's
But
awful.
keep in mind too, which I think the White Tiger stuff was all, like way better. But keep in
Mhm.
mind, like remember what I said, each episode was very much its own thing. You had your episode that was just the White Tiger stuff. You had your episode that was our episode 4 that was supposed to be
just
a day in the life that was
Fisk
just
of
following
watching
Fisk.
Fisk. Yeah.
This you have this episode which is like that's what. So knowing now that we've seen this and knowing that those episodes are all supposed to be like pretty much completely self-contained, like now you know just how bad that shit was.
Oh, what were they thinking? It just makes me go like, what in the world would they have possibly thought would have happened good from this? And why did they keep this episode out of all episodes to
Fuck
untouched?
if I know.
It is so bad.
They
Yeah.
should have just not done this episode.
No, 100%.
then-
You're right. They cut it.
Yeah, and you know what? Cut it completely. Throw it on the DVD when you put it out, the Blu-ray, and be like, "Hey, bonus episode for you."
Yep.
Bonus.
And then people will be like, "That's why you cut it."
Yeah.
No, we got to know why that one gangster guy needs his $1.8 million to give to Fisk. Duh. That's super important. You need to know. That's why he did this. Duh.
Oh my gosh. What's wild though too is that them putting this episode here in front of episode 6, and we'll get to why this matters in episode 6. But correct me if I'm wrong, Matt in this episode is kind of doing Daredevil stuff, right? Like at the end of this episode of episode 5, he puts on a mask,
Yep.
beats the hell out of some dude, breaks his leg, compound fracture, and then leaves. That's Daredevil stuff if I've ever seen it. So then in the next episode, when he's like, I still can't be Daredevil. I can't do this. I can't do it. You're like, but you just were Daredevil.
Yeah,
in, like, the
purposely went
last
back into
episode.
this bank to do something. To stop
Yes,
it,
yeah,
as opposed
you-
to just ignoring it.
Right. Like you specifically went out of your way to be Daredevil.
Mhm.
So dumb. So dumb.
You can't fix stupid, Max. Unfortunately.
No.
What's bad is like this is a bank heist episode, and it's a bad bank heist. Like it's not good.
Yeah, did they not have a
villain-
plan? I feel like they didn't have a plan at all.
They didn't
but they
really
act
have
like
a
they
plan.
did.
Yeah,
it's
no,
like,
there really
I want you to
wasn't.
tell me a joke. I want you to tell me a joke. It's like, are you fucking kidding me right now? And that joke that she tells him, like, that is the most elaborate joke that she's reciting off the top of her head. It's
so
insane.
Hey,
Yeah.
Grace Randolph thought that joke was funny. You take that back.
Oh no.
She also said this was an incredible episode. So, you know, if you ever
Of
wanted
course
to
she
know
did.
the level of her retardation.
Yeah, she is. a
Of
fucking
course
dick.
she did.
That's why women shouldn't have opinions.
Yeah.
Why do we
Yeah.
Why do we allow them to have podcasts
don't
and
know.
shows?
No
and
idea.
That they can write things.
Mhm.
Ugh.
Well, you know what I find funny
Oh.
that Grace Randolph doesn't find funny? It's a homeless guy with no teeth eating corn on the cob. I find that hilarious.
Yep.
Oh no. So as we're looking at the screen, I know the watermark is kind of covering it, but if you guys can see, that is in fact a Kamala Khan Funko Pop.
Oh, I just saw she's giving the peace sign.
Oh, because her religion is the religion of peace? Is that what she's
I
trying
think
to say?
so. Well, obviously, yes.
I think
She's,
Like the
she's,
balloons that I
she's
have?
all about peace and love.
Peace and love, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
love that they very clearly took the Kamala Khan Funko Pop and then just put glitter paint on it to make it custom.
Yeah. And then like took the little base off or whatever, and then just like, oh yeah. This is pretty embarrassing and pathetic. There's even by the way, the dialogue in just the show in general, but especially this episode, very clunky. There's a portion like when they're in the safe or they're about to enter the safe and Matt is like breaking the code.
Yeah.
And Kamala's dad is like, as I always tell my young daughter, Kamala Khan, because I've always talked to her this way and I tell her these stories. And you're like, what? It's so terrible and clunky. And he's supposed to tell the story to then Matt will respond by saying like, oh, well, did it work? Did she learn a lesson from your story or whatever? But no one cares because no one wants to know about Kamala. Everyone wants to know about Daredevil. So
yeah. Well, I also didn't he try to do that in season 2 or 1 of Daredevil, and like he told Elektra or somebody to shut the fuck up. He's like, I'm trying to focus on the actual safe cracking. Like you need to stop talking. Like I would have told this guy, look, you shut the fuck up right now, or I will fucking kill you. Like
that was one thing I didn't understand, how he could crack the code, but also listen to this dumb story about his daughter. And you're like, shouldn't he be really focused on the safe?
I would.
He really goes out of his way to remind us that his daughter's name is Kamala Khan. And it's like
multiple times.
Very much.
Yes.
Multiple times.
And then says that she's a superhero, which he wouldn't do. Like,
no.
It's like, why don't you look at the camera while you're at it? Why don't you just wink at the camera? Just I don't think we got it.
Here's the thing. I'm going to play devil's advocate for the sake of his character being here. I think it's fine if they want to use his character, because I think it gives you a chance to have his character, which people responded to. The people that watched, what was that show? Miss Marvel really liked his character because he's just a good dad that loves his daughter and he's trying really hard to be a part of his daughter's life. And yes, he plays a very like juvenile approach, but he's talking to his 14-year-old daughter that he's not completely come to terms with, that she's growing up to become a woman, right? This is your chance to just write him. Don't mention Kamala. If the people that recognize him, let them recognize him. Say his name, throw the last name Khan out there, but just write him as a normal character who's a competent adult. Mm-hmm. And it would have helped round that character out so much. But no, they tried to take that juvenile type approach that he has with Kamala to put it here with Matt and his banking job, and he looks like an idiot. Like, it's like, how the fuck did you become an assistant manager?
The assistant manager for this big bank.
Yeah. And it's like 40-year-old virgin type assistant manager, like assistant manager. Like come on, you're making like $19 an hour, which in California, well, I guess New York isn't a lot. But I don't know. It just was not good. The writing was stilted, not only with him referring to Kamala, but the bank stuff was stilted. The over attempt at making them extra Irish, like, and if you're like, what do you know about Irish? I lived with 3 Irish people for 4 years. Like it was rough. And the person that wrote this clearly knows nothing about bank procedures. Like, just find someone that works at a fucking bank and go, hey, I'm writing a script that takes place and it's like a bank robbery. I will pay you $200 if you just give me like some info. And someone would do it.
Day in the life. What do you do every day? Like, what's
ask,
what are your
procedures? Yeah, because this whole idea that I don't have the combination to the vault is bullshit.
I was about to say,
everyone's got it. They do something called duel. 2 people have to have it. Someone's a quote unquote custodian. That's the only person that alone can go into it, right? But aside from that, it's not even the vault. It's just the vault for the safe deposit boxes, which every employee has to have access to, so that when you go in, you can put your key in and the employee can put the bank key in.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
So bad.
Man, they should have hired you, Josh.
That's not how it works, laddie. No, we got to find somebody that has the pot of gold.
I will also
The
say,
pot of gold.
what are the 2 episodes that have by far been the worst so far?
The
This
past
one-
2. It was
The past
episode
pretty
4
much,
and 5.
Yeah.
It's the same director for both.
Huh.
Oh.
Interesting.
So,
Well, I mean that makes sense then. But yeah, no, it was Leroy Jenkins, and it was detective man-splaining female badass
Yeah,
interrogation
female arms crossed
cop
woman man.
detective.
Yeah.
Arms crossed woman man. The only redeeming thing I will say in this episode, because I always try and find like at least one thing that I'm like, maybe there's something that I liked here, or maybe there was, an interesting aspect
so
here.
now you're gonna be the good guy with the worst fucking. Oh, come on, Max.
The thing that I was gonna say is how funny the gemstone was at the end with the Scotch candy. No, I'm kidding.
So was there something I was supposed to know at the gemstone, or was it just some random gemstone?
Just some
That's,
random.
that's a
gemstone.
great question.
I thought it was the Mind Stone. I thought it was one of
You
the
thought it was like
Infinity
an
Stones. I'm like,
infinity stone?
yeah, I'm like, what is that? Why does it look so stupid? I'm like, that looks fake.
So
Like
Brandon point blank asked the director this. He's like, y'all put a really big emphasis on this diamond, especially when Matt brought it back at the end.
Yeah.
So what's the story there? And the director was like, what do you mean? Like it's just the diamond.
Oh my god!
He was like, he literally said the reason we focused on it the way we did at the end was to show that Matt's just putting things right. But it's like, dude, how are you putting that? Like, let's be realistic for a second. The moment Mr. Khan's like, oh, don't worry, we've got your diamond, they're gonna be like, this fucker just stole our diamond.
Yeah, which makes sense because obviously, look at him. You would be in here to infiltrate us to steal our shit. Of course.
Oh my god!
Your work visa. You're out of here, buddy.
H1B, get out of here.
Assistant manager, jack off. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, I mean, is there anything redeeming about this episode?
No.
I mean, like, it's not. It doesn't reach the levels of, oh my god, I'm so pissed off like I was with Leroy. But there's literally nothing actually good about other than Matt breaking the guy's leg. There's nothing good about this.
No, it is honestly absolutely a promo episode for Kamala Khan and her dad, and how hilarious he is, and how amazing and awesome she is.
So congratulations, Sana Amanat. You got exactly what you wanted. Now fuck off.
Yep.
Woo!
I thought I watched the wrong episode. I thought I was watching something else. I honestly
was like, is this?
I'm like, this can't be.
Yeah, it feels like a freebie video you'll watch like as a promo, like on YouTube or something, like just as or on Twitter.
Yeah, it's a fan film. I'm like, oh,
that's what it felt
fan
like.
film. That's like okay.
Or Barry, no, it's kind of like one of those, like what they did for like the when like on the way to Thor's hammer, whatever, like those little those mini episode videos they did with
in between
Coulson.
Yep. And look, the other thing too is like, why the fuck are we doing a fill-in episode here? Like,
you only have 8 episodes.
Well, you only have 8 episodes. You don't have time for it. Tell your story. But also, like, the reason when you had network television operating as network television did, the reason you had these fill-in episodes was because oftentimes you had like an episode before or an episode after that was going to take extra time from like your leads or had difficult shoots. So you needed to take up space that's often filmed or time to film for another episode. So that's why you would have those random like one-off filler episodes where one of the supporting characters gets the spotlight.
Yep.
It was for practical reasons because they're on a time schedule that they don't have for shows like this. For shows like this, they film it like a film. They come in, they say, we're going to film for like these 4, 5, 6 months and get this TV show, and then we'll be done. You know, whereas network television, you've got your 8 days or 7 days to film this episode, and that's it. So, you know, the fact that this even exists makes I don't understand. It makes no sense. And if I'm being completely honest, in my head canon and how I view the show, because I don't hate the show, I've just hated episode 4 and 5. I'm going to watch episodes 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to find a way to take the Frank scene from episode 4, and I'm going to cut it into either episode 6, probably episode 6. I'm going to find a way to cut it into that. And I'm just going to pretend like 4 and 5 don't exist. And I'm going to make my own Daredevil Born Again season 1, 2 episodes short.
All right.
I mean, you could do that. I still have problems with the first 2 episodes, but oh well.
I mean, yeah, they're not perfect. I'm not saying they're perfect. I'm just saying your Daredevil Born Again season 1 works collectively much better if you take episodes 4 and 5 out and then move that Frank scene into another episode.
Yeah. Where do you think it would fit best?
At the beginning of episode 6.
Okay. All right. So I think we've kind of finalized our points here. There's nothing really else to say about this. It's worthless. It means nothing in the grand scheme of things. There is no really real redeeming qualities about this. I guess the only thing that I will say is the actor who played the main
Don't you
thug,
say he was good.
Irishman.
He wasn't good.
He was not good.
Stop.
Do you think that he had a real Irish accent or he was like an American that put on an Irish accent? Because it seemed damn real.
It did.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh well.
I want to give him props. I really hope he's not. So that way it's like, okay, you can at least portray that accent very well. It's like, okay.
Like you're very talented in that role.
Or it's like, oh, Dave, you can't even act that. Like, you really can't.
What was the character's name?
Oh, geez. I don't.
Oh, I think they had names like their mask color, which was
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green. Oh yeah, Mr.
What color
Green.
was he again? He was blue, right?
He was.
No, I thought he was green.
I don't know what he was.
Because he's a main guy, and it's St. Paddy's Day. He's Irish. He was green, right?
There's not a green. There's a red, yellow, blue, and purple. And Keith.
No.
But
he's wearing a
green
green
right
mask
there.
Yeah.
Right there.
Maybe he does have an actual character name.
Oh shit! I don't remember. Ben, David, Skip?
Also, it's got to be like O'Malley or something. But
Devlin. Is it Devlin?
Devlin O'Malley. Yeah,
Devlin O'Malley. When he goes, "What's your name, solicitor?" And he goes, "Matthew Murdoch." And he goes, "Oh, so we got an Irishman in here."
Yeah, raised in. Yeah, he's from Cork.
Hey, all right. Well, he's
okay.
Born and raised from Ireland. Well, look at that. Because I was going to say that's an accent. That's a good accent.
Yeah.
Right there. So
all right. So
good accent, but not a good actor.
Yeah.
So, Kyle, what are we giving this out of 10?
It's a 0. It's not needed. It's completely irrelevant, stupid bullshit. And the try-hard fucks that I'm seeing on Instagram trying to defend this piece of shit episode.
No, they're not trying to defend this episode.
Big time.
Oh yeah, I've seen a lot of people
that don't understand it are stupid and dumb and don't understand how TV works and how important this is to blah blah blah. It's like, no, you're fucking stupid. So yeah, no, 0. Fuck this episode. You don't need it. Ignore it.
All right. Drew, what are you giving this one?
You know, I gotta agree with. I can't believe I'm gonna say this. I gotta agree with Kyle here. This is pretty much a 0. I mean, this is an episode where if you had like a 22 episode season, yeah, you have an episode like this, like somewhere in the middle or whatever. But you have 8 episodes, just 8, and this is near the end of the fucking season. And you put this in here that doesn't tie into anything at all. It's only to boost your character that you're trying to sell over, that Marvel's been trying to sell over for the last decade, and no one wants her at all. It doesn't matter. No one wants it. Stop. Get help.
Maybe that's a new clip I need to bring on here is Michael Jordan. Stop. Yes. Stop it. Get help.
Stop
it. Yeah, no, I can't argue with 0 out of 10. Josh, what are you going to give this one?
I have a hard time giving something a 0 out of 10. I'll give it a 1 out of 10. And again, it's not even that it's like bad. It's just not good and pointless. And Matt's to your point. Yeah. It completely derails even Matt's character arc for the season. Like
100%.
You know, and that's another reason I said take those 2 episodes out. Take out 4 and 5, and both Matt and Fisk's arc make more sense. and you get to it faster. So kudos.
You do, yeah. Instead of waiting till episode 6, you get to it at episode 3.
4.
Like you. Oh yeah, yeah. You would, you get it at 4. Sorry, but yeah, because I'm thinking of because I think I gave the Leroy episode a 2 out of 10.
Yeah,
I don't
but
remember.
that got so much grace because of that Frank and Matt scene.
Yeah. Because I was like, I can't give that Leroy episode. I despise, like, I genuinely hate it on a level that was like anger, right?
100%.
This one was just like, this is so stupid. It was like laughably funny because it's so pointless, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if I can give it lower than a 2 if I gave the Leroy episode a 2. But it is pointless, so I almost wonder if there's like a grade that's just like null. Like if you null out a grade.
What the grade is question
It's like incomplete. It's like it's incomplete.
Yeah.
It's like
not applicable. You know, it's just it's just NA out of 10. It is just completely worthless. Waste of your time, waste of your money. All right. Episode 6. We get some actual character moments and some violence towards the end here. I'll start from the bottom and work my way up again. Josh, what was your overall thoughts of episode 6?
This is the episode that actually felt like Daredevil.
Oh,
and it's not perfect, but it actually felt like an episode of Daredevil, mainly because we get Daredevil. So you
get him praying at the very beginning of the episode here.
You get him praying. I think you have a couple of different religious, contexts brought up in this. You get Daredevil being Daredevil. You get Kingpin being Kingpin. And what's sad is I think we've all just been waiting for this to happen, and it's like we know it's coming, but we shouldn't have to wait 6 episodes to get this. But look, and you get Muse, and I thought the Muse stuff was handled pretty well. I want more, and I'm nervous to say I don't know if we're actually getting more this season. He's going to be in next season. So it's the first step in the right direction.
Okay. Drew, did you have any feelings about episode 6 one way or the other?
Josh said it's a step back in the right direction. And I did like the stuff with Muse. Honestly, I really, really wish they had killed the daughter. I really wish she had died. She should have died. And I would have been like,
White Tiger's
fuck
daughter?
yes. I'd been like, fuck yes. No one would see that coming. Been a great, powerful ending. But no, they pulled their punch. They got scared. And but overall, I mean, it was fine. It was good. It's like Josh said, it's the first episode that felt like Daredevil, and this honestly should have been episode probably 3 or 4, in the season. But yeah, the action sequences were okay. You could tell there's a lot of CGI. But yeah. That's right, and I did like the stuff with Cole North and the other police officers. I did like Wilson Fisk talking to that task force.
Yep,
that was actually pretty good.
I just didn't like the only thing I was like was the no body cameras. I was like, come on. Fine.
I found it. Well, I won't say anything yet because we got to listen to Kyle here. Unfortunately, we have to listen to Kyle's take. I will. To the chat, I gotta say goodbye to our good friend Rudy. Rudy's got to bounce. Have a great night, brother. Marvel Star Wars fan fanatic, fan 4-stick 6. Sorry, man, his account name is like squished together. Marvel Star Wars fan. He says such a bad idea to connect Miss Marvel to Daredevil. Unbelievable, 100%. And we've also got Sacred Geek in here. Says Leroy, the fact I already forgot speaks for itself. Oh, how could you forget Leroy?
Yeah.
How could you forget him? But yeah, and then they talk about why do they keep, the guy who played Kamala's dad. So yeah, kind of crazy. But all right, Kyle, let's let's hear from you, my friend. I'm interested to hear what you thought about episode 6.
Yeah, again, watching these back to back like I did, it was just like, okay, now we're actually getting into Daredevil. So, coming on, it is so jarring watching these back to back. It's like, what the fuck? Like,
juxtaposition, yeah.
Yeah, what the hell? And seeing this, it's like, okay, we're getting kind of back to form here. Overall, I liked it. I thought it was a good episode. Acting, I thought from almost everybody, I thought that everyone did pretty well. Fight choreography, it's funny. I just watched Reacher's season finale, and there's a fight in that I'm just like, God, if you got these fight choreographers on this show, what that Muse fight should have been, as opposed to what we got, which, was a good fight for this, for this Born Again series. It's like, okay, fine. But I just, what it could have been, it's like, God, so much better. But overall, I thought it was good.
All right. Okay. What did you guys think about, because Drew had kind of brought this up briefly, and it sounds like we all kind of lean towards the latter half of the episode, which is where we finally truly get Matt becoming Daredevil and Wilson becoming, Kingpin, right? Fisk becoming Kingpin. And we've seen this from the first episode. Josh, I think you even alluded to the fact that, like, listen, the themes are going to be two men who are trying desperately to not become this thing, and they eventually end up doing so, right? And we definitely see the culmination of that, because we're getting, Daredevil, Kingpin back to back in those two different scenes where they're fighting towards the end of this episode. But what did y'all think of Matt at the end of episode 6 saying, "It's okay, I'm here, I've got you," or something like that, right? To White Tiger's daughter? It seems like a very Daredevil thing to do. However, Drew, you brought up a good point. If they had killed her, that would add another level to why Matt has to be Daredevil, right?
Yeah.
Because he's constantly fighting this thing of like, am I really saving people's lives? And should I actually do this? But if they killed her, that adds a whole nother level of complexity. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Did you guys have any thoughts on how Matt handled her at the end of the episode, being like, "I'm here. I've, you're safe. I've got you," or whatever he says?
I'm with you guys. I wish they would have just killed her. And there was a second where I thought they were. I will add in, she was originally not the person on the table. So I will say I will say kudos to them for having enough sense to being like, let's try to make some synergy here with the rest of the show and put her on the table. Okay. That way, and I hope they don't, because I thought this is what they were trying to do, was get away from this. But if they do at some point eventually make that character, hopefully not that actress, but that character become White Tiger, hopefully it's not to like season 4 or 5 if they do that, if they get that far.
Yeah,
I will understand her motivation more.
Okay, real quick. I understand, and I do acknowledge the fact, I'm well aware that this happened in the comics. Yes, 100%. Yeah. But we have a female here who is literally maybe not even 5 feet tall.
That's why I said not that active.
Weighs 90 pounds soaking wet, can barely lift an iPod. It's like, yeah, I don't buy it. Just like the lady who was with dwarfism in the Cat Falcon movie. It's like, no, I don't buy it.
100%. That's why I explicitly said not that actress.
Yeah.
But look, we already know that the whole point that they had with this character is the episode with the coroner and them showing the amulet that they originally had it glowing when she came in.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So for me, this felt like a step trying to get away from that, and I'll take it. But I wish they would have just killed her.
I was gonna say,
I think she should have.
Yeah. Has that thing even glown at all? No. I don't think it's glown.
No.
Yeah. I know they've shown it. It's like, I know it's like, it looks like it was supposed to, But like, no, if
Yeah, they had the little LEDs in there
Yeah.
to make it.
Oh,
like-
come on, Your Honor. He didn't even have his magical amulet.
His amulet on him.
Oh, come
Objection, your
on.
objection.
Objection.
it's just fucking hilarious when you watch that security camera footage of him fighting the guy. It's like, really? That took that magical amulet for him to just be able to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay. All right. Maybe it was yeah. So the one thing, if we're on the topic of the daughter, I am gonna say this, and Quarterback Garrett had said this on X earlier this week, and I actually really agreed with his assessment, and I'd love to get y'all's take on this, but it seems like the season, the show in general has this problem, and especially these latter episodes, but it feels like Matt is a secondary character in his own show, and not only him, but it feels like Kingpin is like this as well. It feels like you have these side characters explaining things to our main characters as we watch them sit by and listen. So with Kingpin, you have the sanitation guy, or you have the James Gandolfini's son, or you have Vanessa, or with Matt, you have the lawyer girl in this scene, number one, or you have Cherry, or you have his girlfriend Heather. Everyone else does most of the work and the talking and the this and the that. I'm gonna interview Punisher, or I'm gonna interview Daredevil for my book, and you're like, I don't care. None of that matters to me. So that's one big issue. The other massive issue that I had with this episode, and I brought up the transcript again, was this scene in particular where we get White Tiger's shit-eating, like
yelling at him like, you need to do more.
Oh,
what are you doing about it,
God,
Matt?
dude.
It's like, bitch, do you not understand that I'm a lawyer? What the fuck? Do you understand how the law works? Do you understand what a lawyer does? Like, go to the cops. I can't go to the cops because they obviously killed my... First off, you don't know that. And secondly, I'm a fucking lawyer. Not only that, you think I'm blind, you fucking idiot. What do you want me to do?
That's what I was gonna say. The only way this scene would have made sense and would have worked is if Hector knew Matt was Daredevil, they had helped each other before, and then she also knew.
Right.
Which I don't really want, but that's the only thing that makes this scene make sense. Because even outside of that, like, this is the lawyer that just revealed your uncle's identity and got him killed.
Right.
Yeah.
Why are you talking to him?
Why are you coming to him for help? Like,
because she's a girl boss, Josh. She's girl boss.
Yeah.
But
And
this is what happens when you have shitty writers writing a show. This is what happens when we have writers whose credits are fucking Rainbow High and Furby coming in to write this show. And this is why, and again, I know people roll their eyes at me for trying to defend this new creative team, the new creative team.
Right,
but like, my God, if I had come in and signed on to fix this show and then got told, well, hey, you're going to fix it, but you're getting stuck with these 6 episodes still, I would have been like, fuck.
I was in, how can you say,
how wet is that ink? Can we wipe it away?
Yeah, right.
Like, I'll just move some commas around and change the thing. It's like, fuck.
I feel so bad for them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, it sucks. It definitely sucks, and that is a valid point. But I think, and we all know this. We are judging the show based off of what our eyeballs are physically and visibly seeing, right?
100%. Yeah. I'm not defending the stuff that's bad. I'm just saying, it's bad and it shouldn't exist.
Yes, and that's the frustrating part, is that the current writers of like this episode wanted this kind of girl boss moment, and instead of writing her either more vulnerable, or instead of writing her to not come to Matt because she wouldn't come to Matt, because it makes no sense, like we've alluded to, they just had to have her have this moment with Matt where she kind of woman-splains why you need to do better, Senator. This
Yeah.
is a you need to do better.
Yes.
You need to do better, Senator.
You need to do
moment.
better, counselor. It's like that's
You need
what
to do
this is.
better, the lawyer. You need to. This is also a Cassie moment from Ant-Man and the Wasp when.
Yes.
Oh no, not Ant-Man and the Wasp. Ant-Man Quantumania.
Quantumania.
When she goes, "What did you ever do?" Or when Ant-Man has literally saved the entire multiverse
Yeah.
multiple times. So
You're
the
just a
setup.
dick.
You're just
Fucking hate
don't be a
that movie.
dick. Oh man, the setup for this is that White Tiger's daughter comes into Matt, and she basically bears her soul
Niece.
to say again.
Niece.
Oh yes, sorry. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Niece.
I just know
Her-
some retards, and they're like, "It's her niece, not her daughter. Can you not fuck? You can't
really don't
fucking
watch
Whoa.
the show.
Yeah. Why didn't
Yeah.
you watch the show? He doesn't even watch the show. All these detractors that don't even watch the show.
Yeah.
But I do know her name is Angela. So there you go.
I
More than
can.
I
I
know.
don't even remember that.
More than I knew. I didn't
Yeah.
get that.
There you go. By the way, we've got Aaron Sparrow in the chat. What's happening, brother? Great to see you. Hey, Aaron says, yeah, it's called the Book of Boba Fett. The main character has to have things explained to them that they already know. It's hack fucking bullshit. Yeah, I
Yep.
completely agree, Aaron. He also says, I haven't seen or heard anything from the show that makes me think they want to totally ruin this character and shit all over the character. Yeah, I mean, I think the difficult part is we're getting a very big juxtaposition between like new writers, old writers, some good stuff, some really bad stuff, and you can't really make sense of it because it's a lot of tonal whiplash. But now we're really seeing the cracks in the armor, and we're really starting to see, okay, this is clearly old stuff, and this is clearly new stuff.
Yeah.
So the transcript reads, Angela walks in and says, this is what he would have wanted. Someone finishing his work, someone actually doing something for once. And I was like, oh no,
Mhm.
are we really about to go there?
Like, go
Oh,
girl.
we're doing the John Kent. That's what we're doing.
Yeah. Yeah. So Matt goes, what do you want me to do about it? Because that's
Fair
a valid
fucking
question.
question.
Really fair question. As a lawyer,
Yep.
you know, which mind you, in the context of this show, Matt was just Daredevil in the previous episode. So it's like he's already doing something about it. Angela goes, how about literally anything, Mr. Murdoch? And I wanted to throw my TV out the window after she said that. Mr.
Like, here's a
Attorney-in-Law.
Kleenex. Here.
Oh, are you upset about, you mad about it? Do you
Yeah.
need a little?
Here you go.
How about literally anything, Mr. Murdoch? Attorney at law, big fancy office, here to help the little guy, right? Only on your terms. And I'm like, bitch, you
What?
have no idea what Matt has sacrificed for you. No idea. The
Also-
amount of years that he has been Daredevil. Sorry, go ahead.
No. Also, you clearly didn't watch the last two episodes.
I
where
was
it
like,
was-
let me
Yes.
introduce you to Leroy Jenkins, somebody
Yeah.
that I got thrown into who fucking hates me and calls me a white blind bitch. And while I have to try to get him probation, but yeah, you know what? Go ahead. Tell me again
Yeah.
how it's my fault.
Yeah.
Continue. Thank you.
Tell me again how I'm a piece of shit and I don't
Yep,
do
I'm
anything for anyone.
privileged and I just do whatever I want. It's okay. You got it.
Look,
She says-
we need to go back to the days where slapping stupid children was acceptable.
Yeah, this is
Correct.
what happens when you don't discipline your kids.
Yeah.
Really though.
Yep.
And you would think that well, I mean, if it's White Tiger's brother or sister, then maybe they weren't, you know.
Well, I'm
But
pretty sure a truancy officer would like to know where she's at in the middle of the day.
that is a
Probably
good question.
Yeah.
Right?
Cool.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, hey,
Um,
she is making a 96, thank you, and a 104 when you grade it on the curve.
Oh,
graded on the curve,
obviously, I'll
Matt.
take your word for it.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah, you could be just lying to me.
Right.
Well, Matt, I guess could be listening to her heartbeat, but that doesn't even matter because it's like,
Doesn't
okay.
matter.
She continues and says, because when the little guy puts something for real in your hands, you're all, nah, that's fine. That's cool. My bad for thinking you cared. And everyone stood up and cheered and applauded.
Here's
Applauded
the
and
award.
said,
Bro, I
"You
didn't
go,
realize
girl."
Rachel Zegler was in here as a character.
Yeah.
What?
She's like, I
Um,
hope Matthew Murdock, I hope you know no peace. And then everyone was like, so stunning and brave. So
love
stunning and brave.
Yeah, no, I hated it. But no, Quarter Black's right. All these characters, they are nothing but mouthpieces and plot devices. That's it.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
not actual characters.
No,
Caricatures.
no, not at all.
Half
Not
of
even
them aren't even
caricatures.
characters. They're
Yeah.
just
I would
they're-
actually prefer if they were caricatures because at least they would have a character of something, you know. These are
the person that we should really be seeing in this, like as a character involving White Tiger, is his wife.
Yeah,
Like
where is
we
she
should
at?
have
That could be
yeah,
interesting.
that's the character we really should have been following. And then if you want to have the niece as a side, fine. But like, even if she wants to keep some of the lines, like, "What are you doing? That the cops killed him," but have the wife, the aunt, to her, be like, "Stop," you know, like put her in her place. But
Yes.
his wife should be the character that's like, "Listen, he was onto something."
Yeah.
And I don't know who to talk to. And I think, you know, despite everything, for some reason, even if you pulled that, for some reason, I want to trust you because I understand you are trying to give us a chance.
Mhm.
Yep.
Like that would make way more sense. It would play. And his wife is going to be more of an emotional resonance because you're going to see her pain and honestly just desperation of like, there was something here. And I think there's something wrong going on in the city and someone has to help. And I get you're a lawyer, but maybe you can find a legal way. And she doesn't even have to know he's Daredevil. But maybe maybe him seeing like her pain and the fact that there is a need for this vigilanteism, which we're going to get into in a second because there's a vigilante problem going on in New York. Like I would understand him then being like, I've got to become like I understand I have to be Daredevil.
Yeah.
But
Right.
It
All the
makes
reason
so
he
much
feels
more
guilt
sense.
for outing him in court in front of everybody.
Yeah.
Like,
well, yeah.
I have to make it up for her, and for this, I fucked up.
Can you imagine how powerful it would be if Hector's wife blamed him, made a point to verbally blame him, and then say, "But I forgive you." Oh, I like. Maybe it's just because I'm saying it, but God, I've got chill bumps. Like that is, you know, there's something so powerful in forgiveness, especially like when you did majorly mess up.
Yeah,
and the person that really should be pissed at you is coming at you to be like.
I think we discussed this earlier this week, Josh, in Born Again, the much more well-written comic book series. With,
Oh, you
Karen
did!
Page.
Yeah, we sure did.
And it would loop around to the first episode where Matt talks about redemption. Remember, right? Like, because he talks about forgiveness and redemption. He talks about he's a man of faith and all this stuff. And you have this woman who is actually willing to forgive Matt. And Matt has that Catholic guilt. Like, it makes total sense. Any amateur writer should know this and should be able to write this.
Conversation taking place outside, church spire in the fucking background. It's like you see this shit, like you have all of this stuff alluding to this and her forgiving him in front of that, and then you hear the church bells go off. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, literally.
Mind-blowing realization here, but what would potentially have both of these characters together outside of a church?
The funeral.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
shocking.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, it's like piss poor. It's like they're trying not to write something good. Like
Correct.
it's an anti-writing something good.
No, they gotta treat this girl like she's one of the insufferable bitches from Madam Web. She's written just as quote unquote well as one of them.
And that's the thing. It's like
and having this scene here berating him and then saying, like, you're a fucking piece of shit. I'm gonna do this on my own. Having her die, just it makes sense in all of this. Of him could have having prevented her death from being like, okay, grow the fuck up. Like, there's really nothing I can do. Or if she does happen to know he is Daredevil, it's like you could have played this around like, fuck it, dude. If you're not going to do anything, then I will. She goes and looks for Muse. She gets killed. It's like,
then he
and then
feels
you
guilty.
have it's like
and
yeah, all that sense, but like her
Yep.
berating him, saying you're not going to do anything, and I'm going to have to take care of this myself. She dies. It's like, good, fuck her. That's what you get for thinking you can somehow do this on your own. Like, just would make sense.
Yeah, it is. There are so many different ways that you could have taken this particular scene and reworked the entire episode, which would have given me so much more favor. And yet we're not going to see that, and we didn't see that. And it's so aggravating, and it really is frustrating. It's like, I don't know if you've ever been in a dream where you're in a fight but you can't punch the person. Like the dream is like holding you back from punching, or you're trying to run away from something, but in your dream you can't run. It's like you're watching this train wreck in front of you, and you're like, I feel like I could do something to help, and I can't because like my hands are tied, and I'm not like, no one's going to listen to us, right? And yet these writers need some help. They need that. Well, not only do they need help, they need to just not be on the show. They need to hire new writers.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's extremely frustrating to watch this happen when you're like, you had it all. You could have done something here, and it was so easy. It was right in your hands, and the biggest thing too is they are sacrificing entertainment and true storytelling on the altar of, diversity, inclusion, and equity, or whatever. Like, they are just so on board with this. Here's the female girl boss minority who's going to tell Matt that he's a piece of shit. And because we want to do that more than tell a good story, they are sacrificing this on the altar of, representation, which sucks. So the rest of the episode is pretty whatever. It's really only when we get to the last, what would you say? Oh,
I mean, there was, in general, I thought even though it's not great, we saw some elevation. Like, this is one of the better scenes with Heather Glenn, despite the fact that I can't stand the character. Like, it's better than what she's been. Like, it's better than what she's been. That's all I'm saying. But now it's like, okay, I kind of see what I see that you're trying to make a character out of it, because maybe her fascination isn't necessarily Matt. It's just what Matt can do for her. Like, okay,
right.
Like, I'm willing to take that, because at least it's not like, here's woman or female number one to be love interest. Like, I'll accept it. I thought the directing in this was much better. Like, the way they set up shots, the way they filmed things, it felt elevated. And just a little side note, this is the director that did the Frank scene. And so other things that have come out from the interview with this director, the original team approached John Bernthal to come back as Punisher, and he said no because of what was written. He declined. He was refusing.
That's based.
So when they were coming back and changing things and fixing things, the director for this episode, David Boyd, he's done Deadwood, he's done The Walking Dead, he's Friday Night Lights, he's done a lot of really good stuff.
Wow.
But he's worked with John Bernthal before, and they had approached David Boyd to say, you've worked with him, you know him quite well. What do we need to do to get him here? And he goes, just ask the guy. Like, what does he need? So he very much is the reason that Frank came back, or John Bernthal came back as Frank. He's very much the reason that we got the Frank that we're getting, him and Dario Scartapane. But he's talking in the interview that he was talking to Marvel and Disney, the executive, the producers. And when they came in, they had some stuff in the script, and John Bernthal was adamant, like, I'm not, this needs to change. This isn't right. And they were kind of pushing back. And David Boyd said, hey, let him do his thing. He knows this character better than any of us. Let him do his thing. And that's how you got the Frank and Matt scene that we got. That it was Charlie Cox and him just kind of providing input for what that scene should be, and that's how that scene changed. The other thing that he said was, as close and friendly as Charlie and John are, that scene when they filmed, they didn't see each other or speak to each other at all because they wanted that tension to come through.
No
So they purposely,
way. That's
but
cool.
then he also talked about, like, he was asked, how does it feel working on a Marvel show? And he's like, well, I've worked on some Marvel stuff before, because he actually did the pilot for Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. But he was like, listen, he's like, I think what people need to understand is you have a responsibility when you come into this. He's like, I'm going to be honest. The 2 episodes that I did exhausted me. But it's because when you come in, you got to do your homework. And he goes through and starts listing all the Daredevil stuff that he read and watched. So he was like, he's like, you got to do your homework. You got to understand, like, there's already a vision here. You don't reinvent the wheel. You come in and you honor what's come before you. And I was like, get this guy, get him back. Like, bring him back. So that's pretty damn impressive, man. Yeah,
that's cool.
Like, so kudos David Boyd for coming in and, like, one, getting this Frank Castle back, but 2, because even the like the flashbacks they have at the beginning with the previous episodes, that was him looking at everything that's come prior to this episode and going, like, you don't have a visual through line here. We need to kind of connect some dots for some people because you weren't. He was, oh god, this troll. He was talking about some of the themes here, and he's like, you don't want to, like, be heavy-handed and completely give it away, but you still need to make it clear the story you're telling. And he made the comment, we weren't telling a clear story. So this guy was not afraid to just say, like, this is how I feel. And that's rare. So
wow.
I appreciate it.
That's a super rad story. Thank you for sharing that. I had no idea about any of that. That's incredible.
I didn't know the John Bernthal stuff. I didn't know that he had originally said no.
That's awesome.
And that makes me like John Bernthal more. And that makes me more hopeful for the Punisher special.
Yes.
Just the more I'm learning about the behind the scenes stuff of this season, is just, it really is telling me, wow, this was a shit show behind the scenes.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Well, I mean, look at what Disney Marvel is trying to do right now. They're trying to completely heel turn and about face and go, hey, we're done trying to lose money, like, anymore. Like, that whole phase is behind us now. We're gonna have 5 females in the Avengers, maybe 6, because, like, we're done doing this whole, the Marvels thing. Like, we can't afford to lose any more money. So because of that, they're having to change things quickly, and it sounds like by doing so, there are things that can, of course, slip through the cracks, but they've already tarnished their brand so much now. It's going to be really hard to get back into the good graces of a lot of people. So,
yep.
Marvel.
There were 2 more things in that episode that I found. The sound mixing in some parts, which I never really noticed, was really bad. Like stupid sound effects that they were putting in that didn't really need to be there, or they were, like, super loud. I was noticing like when Muse puts the syringe in the chick's arm, it was like,
it's like,
and then that other big one, I was just like, really? Like, it sounded cartoonish. Gross. Like, it sounded really stupid and really bad. And then when you get Matt back in the Daredevil suit the first time, and he's on the rooftop and he's running, like, at one point he kicks over a paint can, and I'm like, they CGI'd that because it's the whole shot CGI. I'm like, why did he do? Like, did he not see? Like, did you not see it, or did you mean to knock that over on the rooftop?
No, man, it makes it more realistic, man.
I was just like, why did they render? Like, that was really stupid.
Bro,
that is really good.
Was running in that paint can, got in the way. Like, don't get in Daredevil way, man.
Yeah, he's just kicking shit off a rooftop. Like, fuck this thing, get out of my way. Like,
it was weird. Also like visual storytelling for you, Muse, man. It's deep.
Oh no,
I was just like, that's a really stupid scene.
I could see them being like, let's make it more atmospheric, like, they're really high, like, their thinking is like high artistes, right? So they're like, we need something here. Let's put in, I don't know, I'm feeling inspired, a paint can noise. And everyone's like, okay. So he knocks over a
Why?
paint can.
Like he would know it was there and not hit it because he doesn't
Yeah.
want people to know where. Okay,
He's a
fuck,
stealth.
okay.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
stealthy. Like he's an acrobat. He's not gonna
Yep.
hit that.
I haven't watched it twice because I'm like, did he really hit over like a paint can? Or yeah, he did.
Kyle played
Okay.
it back. Like what?
Okay.
So oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just there's two comments that I wanted to address. One was the Marvel Star Wars fanatic. Why didn't they just bring all the old writers back? Some of them are doing other things, but also the cost. Like they would have had to pay them to scale with them getting their increased pay season by season. So they technically would have had to brought them back with that increased pay, and Marvel's just being cheap. Disney's being cheap. That's why.
Yeah.
And I'm sure some of them would have even said no had Disney asked them to come back. Because I mean, you know. But then Sacred Geek said, never read the Charles Soule run. Is this DEI partner replacing Foggy in the comics? Yes, and she's ironically more obnoxious in the comics than she is here.
True.
Here she's just kind of here. In the comics, she gets on my fucking nerves.
I mean, the two cool things about that Charles Soule run are the one, Muse, two, the Daredevil costume in that run.
Yeah.
The Daredevil costume looks really fucking good.
Yeah. Even Marvel Star Wars fanatic in the chat, he goes, they want Dare DEI. That's pretty funny. Which, I mean, hey, in episode 5, it was, I mean, blatant the difference between the show where it's like all the I hate pointing this stuff out because now it's the only thing that I can see, and I hate that it's the thing that I see though. But like when that female Asian detective that's like 5'3" walked out of that van and she's like, all right, tell me what I need to do here. And I was like, oh my God, of course. Yeah. Why wouldn't they, you know?
Hold on. We haven't mentioned the fact that she has period cramp face, like tattooed on her face.
The whole time.
She never has a different expression. Just
no. That's who you want as a hostage negotiator.
Yeah.
Someone who's always pissed off, annoyed that they have to work, and just hates men and everything. Give me the fucking, who the fuck am I talking to? What the fuck do you want, you piece of shit? Like, yeah, that makes sense. Good job.
Oh man. But so yeah, well, thank you guys for all your insights and input here. I know we didn't really talk about the ending all that much, but I want to give us some time so that we can talk about comics. So I will kind of swing it around and I'll go this way. I'll start with Kyle, Drew, and then Josh. What is your ranking for this episode and your overall thoughts of like why you gave it that ranking?
I don't remember what I gave the first few episodes, but whatever I gave those, it's around.
I think
there.
you gave
it's
like a 6, or
Yeah.
no, maybe a 5.
Yeah, it's like a 6, 5 or 6. It's around there. I would say that's about where it lands.
Yeah,
good. It's a solid. It's a good. There is shit. Trust. Like, don't get me wrong. There is garbage. We have pointed out there are flaws. Yes, there are going to be. That's fine. But totality of the circumstance, it's a fine episode.
It's fine. Agreed. I'm Mr. Sanitation Guy, all right, and I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna show that all of us blue collar workers we're a little special. We don't understand what we need to get to the point. We're gonna fill a hole. We're gonna power wash a mural.
Fill that hole. Fill that hole.
I'm gonna explain all the technicalities of power washing before I tell you the fact that hey, there's blood in this mural. But hey, I voted for you. I voted for you,
Mr. Fisk.
Hey, Mr. Fisk. It's great.
I voted
Mr.
for
Fisk.
you, sir.
It's great. His voice gets higher.
Yep.
I voted for you. It's great to meet you, Mr. Fisk.
Yep.
You know, I really appreciate you seeing me. And he's like, okay, get to the point.
Yeah,
And he goes, all right, so as a power washer, what I like to do is, one of the things that, so I got 30 PSI on this power washer. That's a pretty high thing, Mr. Fisk. You understand? And like, they're both just like, get to the fuck, tell him what you told me. He goes, oh yeah, there's blood in the graffiti. And you're like, God, they make these blue collar workers out to be just like the most
Dumbasses.
dumb.
They're
And
the
even in
kid
the
from
video
Miracle on
report-
34th Street, the original one, that stupid retard kid that's like sweeping up floors. That's every blue collar worker.
It's even in the BB report. it's the kid who goes, do you ever wish you could, do you ever have a dream? Do you wish that you, have you ever had a dream that you wish you could, and just like, it never goes anywhere. That's all of Fisk's fans and supporters. They're all a bunch of dumb rednecks.
The one thing we didn't discuss that should at least be brought up is Swordsman.
Swordsman.
Oh, he was in the video of the vigilante. Yeah.
Yeah, but he also has a conversation with Wilson Fisk.
Wait, what?
When?
Jack, the guy with the French accent and the mustache at the
really?
That's
supposed to be the sword. That's supposed to be the
Really?
Swordsman.
I forgot that scene.
He was in Hawkeye, but he's
Oh,
got
that's
the
why.
line.
Okay.
Yeah, they've got the line where Fisk says, "Is that a threat?" And he said, "No, it's a warning." That's into play. So I'm just saying. We'll
I
acknowledge.
never
that.
saw Hawkeye, so I
Interesting.
didn't know.
Yeah,
that.
no idea. Yeah.
Okay.
I will be fully transparent. Not only did I not see Hawkeye, but I don't even remember that scene happened in episode 6. So,
I mean, if you weren't like, oh shit,
well.
that's the guy that played Jack, whatever the quote unquote swordsman.
yeah.
You would have just thought he was another rich prick, which he
That's
kind
what
of
I
is.
thought. Yeah.
But
I have to go to those events a lot with my wife, who was an economic fundraiser and political
Mhm.
fundraiser.
Yeah.
So I had to do a lot of that shit. So it just brought up a lot of PTSD bullshit. I'm like, these are the same fucking pieces of shit that I have to stand in a room with. Yeah.
But I will say, like, because having done a lot of shit like that too, Kyle, Vanessa's line about those people 100% spot
Yes.
on. You're
Yes.
giving
What's
them
the
what they
line?
want because you're validating them.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Like you're taking.
Well, that's
you're
Hollywood. That's
taking
Hollywood and politics. Yeah.
Yep.
100%.
I mean that's all it is. It's a bunch of self-filleting egos, and it's like it's kissing babies and shaking hands. It's just being there to be there so that
And
they
telling
feel
them how
important.
great they are and wonderful.
yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I loved your latest project.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, thank you. Yeah. So, Drew, what'd you think of this episode? 0 out of 10.
I think I would probably get this close to like about a 6.5. Because like there was some stuff to like about it. There's stuff I didn't like about it, and I was pretty vocal about that. That character should have died. But yeah, for the most part, it was the first time in a while where it felt like a Daredevil episode, and it felt good. It felt like a step back in the right direction. I liked the stuff with Fisk and the cop vigilante squad. I thought that was really good. I did like that introduction to Cole North. Thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, it's a step in the right direction. I'd give it a 6.5.
All right, that's okay. I can respect it.
And kudos to filming in an actual abandoned subway tunnel because they almost built.
Oh, really?
They almost built something on a soundstage.
It looked like it was built on a soundstage.
Yeah, it did.
No, they were in an actual subway tunnel.
Really?
So that was
Wow.
another thing David Boyd talked about. Was like, he was like, well, can we not just? He's like, there's abandoned subways all over.
Yeah, why
Los
don't we
Angeles.
just
Can
use
we
it?
not get down
Yeah.
there and film?
Now, to be fair, it would be way more difficult for the entire cast and crew to get all the cameras and all the electrical and all the generators and all the lights and all the microphones. Like that would have been a nightmare. So
side note too, that room, that basement that Fisk is in, is actually part of the subway tunnel area down there too.
No,
that makes
Really?
sense.
really?
So,
Wow.
That
Not-
feels
not-
built.
Not story wise, but that's actually down there because
Seriously?
Yep.
Wow,
David Boyd
wow.
was talking about how when they were filming this, that they were like just right outside each other. So he was like, we were filming the acting scenes in one area, and then we had second unit doing the action over here, and then we would literally just flip. And then while we were doing the setups for either side, he was like, Charlie and Vincent would come over and start talking to each other and be like, hey, I haven't seen you. Like, how's life been? This is weird that we're not filming together.
wow.
So
Well, it's funny you mention that because there was a point in the episode, I forget who was doing it because I think if there was like a loud noise, I thought they were going to be signaling that Daredevil is hearing what Fisk is doing in that room or whatever. I'm like, they're not
No,
friends with each other.
they're-
Okay,
yeah.
never mind. Yeah, never mind.
Story wise, they're not connected. Just like physical location of filming. It was literally they're around the corner from each other. So.
I mean, that is when a crew is able to do that, when they're able to do site locations and find multiple uses for something, it makes things way easier and way cheaper too. So that's cool that they did that. Lord of the Rings did that all the time because they knew that they were on a tight budget, but they also knew that if they made a set piece that could also double as they would do, like they did Minas Tirith and they also did Helm's Deep at the same set location and just had different, it's like, why not? You're going to save so much time and effort and money. So, Marvel Star Wars fanatic says, look, I still really like the show, but it just isn't up to par with the peak of Daredevil, seasons 1 through 3. The sad thing is though, this is an improvement compared to other MCU shows. Yeah, no,
Yep.
Disney Marvel shows are horrendous. So this is better than horrendous, I guess.
Sure.
Sure. And then Sacred Geek says the sewers reminded him of the 90s Turtles. Hell yeah. So, Josh, what is your score for episode 6?
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of be with everyone else. I give it a 6. I think it's a little bit above average. It's not great. There's still plenty to nitpick here, but overall, it's solid. And I'm gonna go back to the theory that I was talking about. If you end something on a high note, which I thought this episode ended on a high note, it's gonna lean your opinion in that direction. And even though I wanted to see more of Muse and a little bit better of a fight scene between Daredevil and Muse, I thought the Fisk fight, I thought was brilliant. Like I loved it. I loved that he hands Adam. I love that he's gives him the axe and he's like, "Here's the upper hand. Let's do this." Almost as an excuse for I kind of made a promise that I'm not going to kill you, but if you try to kill me and I do kill you, I have an out. But at the very least, I'm going to beat the ever-loving shit out of you. And then I'm going to drag your ass back into the cage and just sit in there with you and look at you on the ground like the piece of shit that you are. If that's not Wilson Fisk, I don't know what is. So I'm glad that after however many episodes of Fisk being in all these other shows, plus this show, we finally got Fisk back. Thank God.
When he threw him into that wall and the wall breaks, I was like, it's you're going to break your shoulder, your scapula, your ribs. Like your body is broken. So.
I'm really curious to see what comes, because if you think back to the trailer, it was one of the trailers before the show aired. You've got that scene of Wilson and Vanessa sitting at that table down there. So there's going to come a scene where he's got Adam in the cage and Wilson and Vanessa are just going to be sitting there eating while Adam's in the cage. So that's going to be some wild shit.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And he fucks her in front of Adam.
Yeah,
you like that, don't you?
Yeah, look at his hands. I mean, don't look at his
don't
hands.
look at his hands.
Yeah.
No.
Call me a cuck now.
Yeah. Who's the cuck pin now? I mean, the king cuck. Who's king cuck? That'd be pretty interesting. So I am going to give this episode a 0 because of this monstrosity that I had to look at. So.
Now, this was funny. Come on, you had to laugh at this.
Because of that, I no longer want to watch Daredevil or anything associated with it. So
have you noticed they have picked the most retarded looking people for these things?
Yes.
Every single one of them, it's been the oddest looking people.
Because they're trying to be
B-roll shit that you wouldn't actually show. This is all the garbage you delete.
Yeah. But they need to pad out the runtime, Kyle. So they're just I don't know, film some shit. Film people who we think look like regular people in the New York City streets, And that's gonna be pretty wild. So all right, now it's time for some comics because MG, shout out to MG, our main man. One of our biggest supporters. Not only is he a member, but he has super chatted on the show. Just bought original art from Unholy Nightmare. He is a big supporter, not only of us as like creators, but he also comments on the show a ton. So he always leaves great comments on the live streams. And one of the things that he had said last week was that, you know, he doesn't mind the Daredevil reviews, but he really wants us to get back to our comic reviews, which is kind of what our bread and butter was, and what it still is a lot of our, you know, it's called comic shop conversations, right? So why not get back into it? So I appreciate the feedback, and it always gives us a really great reminder of who our fan base is, and what it is that we're doing in our shows to provide entertainment to y'all. Because if we are doing something and if we can't respond to valid criticism, or as what Eric July would say, good faith or bad faith criticism, we shift, right? Or we have to remember, hey, this is the entertainment that we've been providing our fans, and so we want to make sure that we're doing that. So, so we read some books this week, and man, did I regret reading some of them. So,
Oh yes,
just some. Okay.
Just a few, just a tad.
I'm gonna get to be the fun, like, oh gosh, what? Because my plan was to read these books today, which clearly didn't happen on my lack of a lunch break and the fact I didn't leave work till after 7. But I did read one book, and it was this one here.
Perfect.
So the only one you needed to read. It was the best.
It was the best book.
Oh God.
So it's pick of the week for me.
Oh no. So yeah, Batman Housh came out this week. And well, Housh.
It's either Housh or Housh.
Housh.
Oh yeah, oh, it's Haktua Housh.
Yeah, Haktua. Yep.
Oh, okay. So Batman Housh 2, Batman Hush, Batman Shush, the female Hush.
Correct.
Because whenever a woman is talking, you go shh, shush, shush, shush. How did they not know that was going to happen?
I know.
They're like, let's make a female Hush and call her Shush.
Yep.
They had to have known, right?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just that. I don't know.
They're just that obtuse.
Obtuse.
Well, it reminds me, it reminds me of, I just watched Horrible Bosses 2. It's not a good movie. It sucks. But there's a scene at the beginning of it. They're like on a day show, and they ask me, "Hey, what's the name of your product? What's the name of your website?" It's like nickthebinger.com. Like, wait, can you say that again? Yeah, you gotta change it because it sounds like, the N-word when you say it. Then they're like, I can't believe we never said that out loud. We never said this. It sounded so good on paper.
Yep.
So I gotta ask you guys this. Well, for context, this is Jim Lee and Jeff Loeb's big return to the stage. Jeff Lee. I'm just gonna
you might as well
just together. Just put them together. Jim Lee has been the creative director over at DC for the past, who knows how long. He really doesn't do much drawing unless he's doing a live stream or something. And so this is his foray back into interiors, not just covers, interiors. So the big question for a lot of comic book fans is, well, is he back? Does he make his triumphant return into the comic book illustrator that he is known to be for decades now? Kyle, I can't get your opinion. I'm sorry, because you are so biased on this. Of course you're going to say yes. Wow. So I'm going to go to Drew on this one first. Do you think it holds up, Drew?
So I'm going to say outright, Jim has lost his fastball. I'll say that. It's very clear. However, with that being said, much like baseball pitch or sports ball reference, much like baseball pitchers, like a Greg Maddux, if you will, who had a good fastball, but as he got older, when he lost his fastball speed, he started working the corners. And I think here with Jim Lee, he has lost his fastball, but he's working the corners here. And with that, I mean, working the corners, he's got Scott Williams picking up where he's gotten weaker. And it's very clear here that Scott Williams is doing a lot of the heavy lifting on Jim here in these pages. Especially as the book goes along, we get further in the book, it's like, okay, yeah, Jim Lee is really in on this. Not in on this, it's Scott. But but the big disappointment here for me is that the big reveal at the end of this book, it's like, yeah, no shit. We've known this for the last 6 months. What Batman learns at the end of this book is what every fan knows going into this issue. So the shocking cliffhanger is no shocking cliffhanger. It's not even a cliffhanger. It's like, okay, this could have been a freebie story. Let's get to the first issue. This felt like a preview edition to the first issue.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. Because I'm like, this is everything we already knew. There's nothing new here that we didn't know.
Yeah.
So with that being said, I mean, the art isn't bad. The art is solid. It's good. Storytelling is good at best. So I mean, for me, if I'm ranking this, it's maybe a 6 out of 10, 5 out of 10. It's okay.
Ooh,
it's not
6
great.
6 out of 10. That's 6 out of 10's high.
It's not. It's not great. It's not bad. It's just barely above average, if that.
Well, 6 out of 10. Listen, a 6.5 out of 10 gets a conference call with Scott Snyder because it's not good enough.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, 6 out of 10.
The reason why I'm giving this is so. This is low for me. Where I'm giving this low is because they've been building this shit up for the past 6 months, and this is your first issue, really?
Yeah.
I would have been like, no, I want my money back.
Well, the other thing here too, and like I agree with you. It feels for me like it was a preview issue before the story starts. It didn't fully feel like the story started here. I'm 100% on board with you there. But it feels like it was so brief. Like I read this so fast.
It was quick, huh?
Yeah, it's very fleet. Yeah,
but I think that is very much purposely done by Jim Lee to make sure he can finish the book on time.
Oh,
because, and look, I've said that the art looks a little lazy for Jim, and I do. But here's the thing: lazy art or fast art for Jim Lee still looks better than a lot of artists in comics today. A majority of artists in comics today. So I will give him that. But if you look at the panels and the layouts, there's nothing interesting here. And Jim usually does a better job of giving you more cinematic shots. And I didn't get any of those wow factors. Like if you go back to the original Housh, which I've often said is overrated because people put it on their top 10 list and it's not a top 10 Batman book. But they're smart in the respect that first Housh was like the epic, most optimum Batman marketing book ever. Like the amount of shots and panels that have become. Yeah. I mean, hell, I've got one right here with Nightwing. Mm-hmm. The amount of images that you see reprinted on shirts or put in books for advertising or whatever comes from the original Housh run. And here, there's just nothing at all in this issue that even comes close to doing that. Also, I didn't think this was Tally at first. I thought this was Jessica, whatever her name is, the Green Lantern.
Yeah, me too. Yes. Oh. Jessica Cruz. I thought it was her.
Jessica Cruz. I mean, it does look like it does resemble her. So, well, I mean, when you look at the original, the X-Men that Jim Lee did, a lot of those X-Men covers is exactly like you mentioned, Josh, or even the X-Men interiors. A lot of them are now on T-shirts. You know what I mean? It just
T-shirts, mugs, pencils, pogs, whatever.
Everything. Yeah. Pogs, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. So Kyle, I guess I'll come to you then, and I'll finally hear why this is the best book of the week, of the month, of the year, and why Jeff Loeb and Jim Lee are back, baby. Tell us why you loved Batman Housh Housh.
Perfection is it's about the only thing I can think of. When you get them back on Batman, doesn't matter what they put out. They could have a blank book on the inside and you still get a 10 out of 10. Like that's what these guys deliver.
Man.
This was the only perfect book I think that I've ever actually read. I could give an actual perfect score to. His art
it is a full 10 out of
top-notch.
10.
Yeah, full 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Perfect in every panel. And look at the detail, the intricacy, the thought,
in the shoe,
the love, the respect. You know, they both have for these characters. They know them so well. I mean, they reinvented them. I mean, they've done it so many times now. It's hard to, keep track. And just having them back on, it just felt just like a warm blanket right out of the dryer. It's just like,
Wow.
oh, baby.
Oh my gosh.
I needed this. And this was my happy place. Perfect ending to this issue. I didn't see it coming. I had no idea what was going to happen. And yeah, absolutely perfect. I love it. I can't say enough about it. Jim Lee's back. I need more of it.
Wow, wow. Gosh, I mean,
I'll also add the amount of key jangling in this book.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Hey,
oh,
remember
just
the
the right
first time we
amount.
met Joker? Remember the man who laughs? Hey.
Yes. Just the right amount of
key.
Do you remember the clownfish? Hey.
Yeah.
Do you remember Killing Joke? Hey.
I do. Hell yeah. I need it.
Do you remember Housh? Hey.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait.
I remember Housh. Yeah, I remember Housh.
Yeah.
We have 11 Robins and 6 Batgirls. And don't forget, back in the original Housh, we had a Huntress.
Yes,
Right.
that's right. We had
Very
I
cool.
Very cool. Very cool.
Very cool.
I rolled my eyes at that line. And a Huntress is like fun.
And a
off.
Huntress.
Yes.
So, man, how do I say this? I did not think the storytelling was really up to par at all. I thought the art was uninspired and very calculated in a robotic way, where it's, I have to do this because I'm Jim Lee, so I'm going to draw how Jim Lee would draw if he were Jim Lee coming back onto a Jim Lee book.
Wow.
It felt very odd, where it was just like this has no motion or emotion to it. It feels very cold.
He's biting
and
his
very...
lip. What are you talking about?
Is he biting his lip?
I think so.
No,
I
I'm saying there's no emotion from the artist that I'm getting from.
What are you
this.
talking
There's
about? He's
nothing
breaking
here.
through glass.
Yeah, he's breaking that glass ceiling.
Oh, that just reminded me of seeing what Batman's wearing. What the gauntlets and the boots. It is really reminding me of New 52 Batman, and that is not a good thing, because that is the shit he had on, and that was not a good time for Batman. Outside of maybe the Cordwell, the first 12 issues, then it turned to shit after that. But it just get away from the useless, nonsensical lines on the costume. Don't need it.
Oh yeah.
Salty traveling C in the chat. What's happening, Salty? Great to see you, brother. He says, old Jim voted right the F in.
Wow.
And that's where
Fucking
I'm
heathens
at.
have no idea what comics are.
I felt like this was just kind of a paycheck, and he knows that DC's dying, and he knows that there's a fart book out this week, and so he's like, listen, I'll just do this, okay? Like, I've got some spare time. I want an extra house in Malibu. I'll do it for you freaking chuds.
I need a second
right?
golden parachute, so
yeah. So I'll just get it done, and you guys can stop bugging me about it. That's what this art felt like.
Do we not think that this is more of like, oh god, I have to show some kind of profits for DC, so like I'm gonna draw this book, but it's just gonna come in as part of my salary, okay, guys? Okay?
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Like Jeff and I, we couldn't wait to tell the story. Meanwhile, Jeff's like, "Oh, you just called." And we're like, "Hey, do you think you can throw together a story?" I was like, "Sure." Hey, Jim, I've got a 24 issue story. He's like, "No, that's too much." Oh, my bad. Well, I've got a 12. No. 6 to 8 maximum.
I'll even go as far as to say that I liked Mark Silvestri's Batman Deadly Duo more than this.
Oh, it's beautiful. That was a piece. That was a masterpiece compared to this.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
But again,
I know.
even the first Housh, not as good as people like to say it is.
You watch your mouth.
Kyle's about to.
That's my holy
see
Bible.
red.
All right,
Yeah.
you be careful.
He reads that every night before he goes to bed, and he just
correct.
Shush.
Yep.
And puts it away.
I'll also add to which it got it thinking back now. I guess it's been way longer than I thought, but in my mind, I'm going, yeah, it wasn't that long ago that Jim Lee was on interiors for a book. And I'm thinking of Suicide Squad, but then he also did the Challengers or whatever it was for like 2 issues. But the Suicide Squad, when he did that for Rebirth, it looked way better than this. Like you could tell he was actually trying because they were delivering some good stuff. Him and Rob Williams delivered some solid stories. This is not bad by any means. It's just okay to good. It's better than what Chip Zdarsky was doing because Chip had fucked this up. But it's like, okay, that's fine.
It exists. I think the last thing I will say is I would have preferred to see Jason Fabok on this because Jason Fabok would have actually done like a pretty kick-ass job. So
yeah, if you want C tier, sure.
I was gonna say because like when I look at a lot of these, I go, man, that reminds me a lot of Jason Fabok, and instead I should be thinking, wow, this reminds me of a lot of Jim Lee.
If you want to see somebody fuck it up, come on in here.
Oh man,
is Barbara actually operating as Batgirl in comics right now?
Not really. Kind of. No, it's hard to tell. It's like they're having it both ways with her, where it's like, okay, she has the chip, she could turn it on or off. It's like having a wheelchair for the fun of it, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, is she crippled or is she not? Figure the fuck out.
I don't feel like walking today. I'm not turning my chip on.
Yeah, I'm gonna be lazy today.
Also, this did not read as Dick and Barbara to me at all.
No.
Like, this doesn't feel like Dick. This doesn't feel like Barbara.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I do low key like the purple. I like the whole Yvonne Craig 1960s kind of Batgirl influence.
Okay.
I don't mind that. Don't mind it.
Yeah.
I was watching an art stream of these 2 guys that were kind of breaking down the book itself, and both of them are actually comic book artists as well. And one of the things that they were saying is that like Jim is doing cowls weird in this issue. He said that they looked more like Kevlar helmets than cowls, and I thought that was kind of interesting because then like when you look at this one, like when you look at this cowl here.
Yeah. It makes sense because if you look at the gauntlets later in the book, it's like, he's making it all look like armor. It's like, stop making it look like fucking armor. You don't need it.
Yeah, I don't know. So, but I also don't like how Joker gets the jump on him.
No, it doesn't make.
Yeah,
perfect.
I feel like Batman would have been. Batman would have had the sense to be like, I can hear you, or I can.
He was focusing on the laughing fish. Duh.
Oh, that's right. Oh, gosh, I'm so dumb. How could I forget?
Yes.
All right. Well, yeah, it exists. So let's see what else we got. So one of the top books of last year, I think it was in my top 5, was the Universal Monsters Frankenstein. Like perfect on all fronts. Like Kyle, I know you talked about how Housh 2 was a 10 out of 10, but genuinely like the Frankenstein 4-issue miniseries is a very close to near perfect book for me. It is very, very good. The Mummy, however,
this book was fucking terrible.
This was awful. I mean, God,
unbelievably bad.
Juvenile.
Clearly I didn't read this. I bought it hoping it was going to be good, but also to be fair, like let's look at Creature from the Black Lagoon. Not good.
Terrible.
Dracula.
James Tiny Onions.
Pointless. Dracula was pointless.
James Tiny Onion. Yeah, great work there. You just took the script and just made it your own. Congratulations.
Yeah, the only even remotely redeemable thing about the Dracula book was the art was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
I really like the art in that book.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
So I don't know why. I mean, this is the rose-colored glasses I had thanks to Michael Walsh. Michael Walsh?
Yeah.
Matt
Yeah,
Walsh?
Michael Walsh.
Michael
Mhm.
Walsh. And his work on Frankenstein. That lets you know how good that book was. Because I was like, no, this is gonna be good.
He
I
was
did too.
giving us the story from different angles, which is fantastic. Different perspectives, which is what you should do.
But
And here,
Drew, this is from a different angle. We're following
we're following a 18-year-old, 16, 18-year-old dipshit in Egypt in 1920s who's written like a teenager today. Back then, it's like these characters are insufferable. I hate these characters, and I hope they all die horribly, even though they probably won't.
Well, they want to get into a nightclub and they can't, but she can. I'll get you guys in.
Yeah, I mean,
Yay.
The art
It's,
is
uh,
also very basic.
Yes, this is like lesbian bicycle writing art right here.
Yep.
Comics.
Yep.
yeah, it's very it's either YA graphic novel, like my daughter is not Starfire, or what was that? I am not Starfire.
Starfire. Yeah.
Yep.
It's that level of approach. Very just kind of mediocre and amateurish. I mean, it works for other mediums, but not for the Mummy horror book. But there's a lot of colonizer influences. Like one of her friends is like, come to Egypt, foreign tourists, get a taste of exotic culture. Pathetic. And they talk about how England has colonized Egypt, and that this young girl is by the way, I also hate how the dialogue is written, how it's like not third person, but what would it be where she's like, this is your mother and that is your father, but
yes,
she's
all that,
to
yeah.
herself.
Yep.
So, yes.
It's Josh is dying of cringe, so it's and this is like Universal Monsters. Like this should not be YA graphic novel BS.
It's like everything is bright and shiny. Even in the dark, it's bright and shiny. There's no shadow. There's nothing art-wise to really make this look sinister or fearful or afraid. Even when we see the mummy walking later in the book, nothing frightful, nothing creepy, nothing eerie about it. There's nothing. This artist is the poor choice for this.
Yeah, this was not good, so not a
Very
recommend.
bad. Like when you
Very bad.
Like, I mean, the original came out in 1932, and it's like there's just so much care when you go back and watch that movie. There's just so much atmosphere and character to that movie, even if it's in black and white. I don't know. There's just, and having Boris Karloff in the movie and everything, but like, just so much fun and creepiness to that movie, and to bastardize it with this shitty story and terrible art. It's just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what is the point of your story?
Yeah, that movie, that opening scene, I love that opening scene where the guy, he goes nuts when he sees Boris Karloff's mummy walk out of the casket. It's like, it's creepy, and the guy just loses it. And there's nothing remotely fearful or scary about this book at all whatsoever. Nothing.
I was going to
She's
say,
gonna be the main character. Yeah, it's like, oh god.
Well, yeah, of course. I'd argue that that the Boris Karloff film, the way that they portray the mummy, is more horrifying than if they were to depict a CGI zombie in 2025 or something. Like how they were able to do his makeup and everything is truly terrifying, and it looks so real.
Yeah,
looks
the
so damn
lines
good.
on his face as
It's all weathered and old.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
God, it's so creepy and good. And this,
yeah,
it's like,
and then you get this nightmare. So, Salty Traveling Sea in the chat says the 1932 film is a masterpiece. But then this mummy comic was disappointing, like Creature. Josh is right, a rarity, but must be acknowledged. Yeah, the Frankenstein book is 1 out of 4 different titles. We've gotten Frankenstein, Mummy, Creature, and Dracula. And surprisingly, the one that was probably the one that I thought that couldn't have been done any other different way was the one that surprised me the most, which is pretty damn cool.
Agreed.
So, it just, and that's also to the, you know, like a showcase of how brilliant that writer and art, because he was doing the writing and art on that. So it makes it so much more impactful that you know that that's how talented of a creator he is. So.
Right. And you have nowhere to hide. You're doing both. You can't
Yeah.
blame somebody else. It's
Mhm.
I wrote the script, I did this, I drew it, I had the panel layouts. It's not like, well, I wanted this thing and the artist fucked it up. It's like, nope, you're doing both. And kudos to him.
So the next two I want to cover are, well, actually, yeah, anything else that we have to say about Mummy? Like it's bad. Don't read it.
Yeah, don't read it.
And I can already tell, like, I never like to say, oh, you know, the rest of the book is going to be this way too, but you can kind of see it coming. So
You know where it's going.
yeah. So the next two I want to talk about, one is an ultimate book and one is an absolute book. So DC right now is currently doing their absolute books, their absolute titles. And they just released a new issue called Absolute Martian Manhunter by our favorite Denny's Camp. So he released Absolute Martian Manhunter. But then we had Ultimate Wolverine. So Marvel is doing their Ultimate line. Gentlemen, before we get into these two, though, I'm super curious. Out of all the Absolute books and all the Ultimate books, who's doing it better, DC or Marvel?
Ooh.
Because they're technically the same. They're just alternate reality versions of these characters, and they're getting people to tell their stories. Who's doing it better?
Probably the Ultimate line, I would say, as a whole.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, it may be picking between two pieces of shit and which one looks more appetizing.
Yeah.
Yeah, which one has less corn in it? And
Yes.
and yeah, it's just right now the DC Absolute line. Just most of these are just stupid, nonsensical. Just you don't care. You just laugh at it because it's so over the top, absurdly stupid. Like Batman, you cannot read that seriously. Superman is taking itself way too seriously, and it's laughably bad.
Yeah.
The only good one so far has been Flash. Absolutely, it's only been one issue, but I love that first issue. It was a blast.
Okay.
Martian Manhunter is laughably bad. It is mediocrely bad.
Oh, you didn't like it? Okay.
No, it is bad. But as far as Ultimate line is, I mean, Ultimate Spider-Man, it's like flip a coin and be 50-50 if it's a good issue or not. Ultimate Wolverine,
I'd say most of them are not that good.
Agreed.
But yeah, sorry, go on.
But
I
yeah,
didn't mean to interrupt.
But you're fine. Ultimate Wolverine, I'd say it's been okay. It's been good. Yeah. Only one. I mean, the Ultimates has been laughably bad and stupid.
Yes.
And condescending.
Don't forget Ultimate X-Men.
Ultimate.
Oh, and Ultimate Black Panther.
That brings everything down.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Man, now that you mention all those Ultimate books.
One's it's
there's
barely
a lot of
edging. It's edging out the other one barely. It's just edging it.
So you think? I hear you saying Absolute is probably a little bit better because of the Flash book, maybe. No,
I would say because of how many more books there have been with the Ultimates, I'd say probably Ultimates is edging out the Absolute. And now if Flash has had like probably 6 issues out right now, I'd probably say I give it to Flash. But it's only been one so far. But we'll see what happens.
Okay. Josh, do you have a dog in this fight, or are you just kind of like meh?
I see. Ironically, I would probably lean with the Ultimates being better, and it strictly goes down to the fact that like I look at Ultimate X-Men, and even though I hate the fact that they're calling it Ultimate X-Men for what it is, I don't necessarily think it's a bad story. It's just not X-Men, and that's my problem with it.
Yeah.
Ultimate Black Panther is just boring as fuck.
Nothing happens, yeah.
And I would say Spider-Man, as disappointing disappointing as that is, because it should be so much more, there are moments where I'm like, all right, that's solid.
I mean, Marco Cicchetto on art for some of the
it's
issues.
a beautiful book. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like, sometimes the shit is a regular shit, not diarrhea shit.
Hey, it's good to just have a healthy shit every now and then.
And I look at, Absolute, and I'm like, oh god, Batman's diarrhea shit, and Superman's burns your asshole diarrhea shit because you had spicy food the day before. And then Wonder Woman is like, oh no, that's too firm of a poop, like it hurt coming out because it was so thick and solid and bumpy, or so I don't know. And then you read Absolute Flash and you're like, oh, hey, this is what happens when I eat normal healthy food for a day. And then you go eat Martian Manhunter. You eat it. You read it. Well, I'm getting tired. You read Martian Manhunter, and then you're like, all right, well, I just had diarrhea followed by vomiting. So,
wow,
full on stomach virus.
But so
to give Dennis Camp credit, the Ultimates in the Ultimate line is also diarrhea and vomiting. So,
so what's funny is the Ultimates from Dennis Camp. The art is good. The art is good in that book. The problem with that book, though, is that it's infested with Dennis Camp's communist retardation, gay ops bullshit. Now with Martian Manhunter, Absolute Martian Manhunter, I didn't get any of his communist, degeneracy. So I just thought that it was a fairly mediocre book. Now, Kyle,
you have a lead character who's just an absolute asshole and just does not care about his family at all. It's like, this guy's a dick. Why should we be and what he says about investigating an FBI agent, it's like, this is all bullshit. This guy's a fucking dickhead.
Yeah.
And,
also, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go for it.
I was just gonna say, don't forget, like, Dennis Camp didn't piss the bed on issue 1 of the Ultimates either. Like, it just was boring. It wasn't great.
Boring,
And then you got a few issues in, then he's like, look at my scarf, everybody. And we should just make Dennis Camped. Like, he Dennis Camped.
He
like,
camped.
He camped.
Oh, he's a camper. Yeah,
He
Denised. I mean, Martian Manhunter, the old or Absolute Martian Manhunter, is a psychedelic book, that's for sure, like with the art and everything. So I don't know, I'd have to read it again. The writing didn't do anything for me all that much. I just kind of read it and I go, okay, but so Kyle, would you choose Absolute or Ultimate if you had to choose one of them?
I would lean towards Ultimates only because Ultimate Wolverine, I think, is by far the best out of Ultimate and Absolute. I think that is by far, so far. I know it's only been, 3 issues, but still, it's been the most fun and actual, stories. And, it feels fun when I read it. So I know Absolute Batman is probably close up there with just stupid fun. And then Ultimate Spider-Man, only because I'm like, I can't help, but it's like I hate read it almost at this point.
Oh no!
The first ones I read, but I think I kind of hate read it, so it's kind of up there. So like those 3 are, but so 2 Ultimate books, 1 Absolute book. The rest is just kind of dog shit. So, that's kind of where I'm at.
You know what's funny? Ultimate Wolverine, I have a lot of fun with, and yet it takes itself very seriously. Like very seriously, which I like a lot, and yet I have a ton of fun with it.
No, this latest issue felt like Metal Gear Solid. Like it really did. It just had a lot of fun. Like, I don't know,
dude.
It felt
this
really cool.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and talk about it because I loved this latest issue of Ultimate Wolverine. Now I will agree with a lot of you guys and say that I would probably choose the Ultimate line over anything else. And a lot of it is because of the goodwill that is brought on by Ultimate Wolverine. The concept of Wolverine being the Winter Soldier is badass in and of itself, but they're actually providing reasons why this could happen, and also a story and characters to support it, which makes me go, oh wow, so they've legitimately actually thought about this, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So, but in this issue, we get introduced to Natasha Romanoff, who joins the resistance against these Russian assets or whatever. And Gambit and Kitty Pryde are these kind of renegades.
Awesome.
And Gambit looks sick, dude.
He does.
I think they all act really well too. They feel like in character, like they're written in character.
Yep.
But I don't know. Any thoughts on this? This was pretty straightforward. I just like how Wolverine is this absolute killing monster machine, and we get just a bit of humanity from him, which is interesting because we've seen a little bit of it in issue 2, but this was kind of our first look inside the mind of Logan, where he may actually remember his friends. But I thought this was really great. Great.
Yeah, I enjoyed it, and I love this world, this Ultimate world where it's like Russia and the European front. And it's like it's not the world that we have. It's an alternate history. It's like one of those Harry Turtleduff books. Just what would have happened in the past, and it's an interesting world they're setting up here. And it's fun. It's the one book where it's fun.
Yeah, right. It really is like you have a blast seeing Gambit and Wolverine kind of fight each other, but it's in this like brand new different world, and it's you're kind of on the edge of your seat wondering what's going to happen. So
and you're discovering things along the way, much like Wolverine is, like rediscovering things in the past. And I like that. It's fun.
Yeah. Kitty actually gets into his mind here.
Yeah, fingering his head.
Yeah, fingers his brain. Yeah, where he kind of remembers a lot of this stuff. So, and we kind of end it there.
That was visually, that was a great page.
Yep.
Cool, right?
Yeah, that's. But and look, it's Chris, and I'll say this: it's Chris Condon. Like the guy's a good writer, and based on everything we know and we hear about what Marvel and both DC do after writers turn their scripts in, we know someone is probably mucking this up a little bit to make it less interesting. But
so, Josh, I will say Chris Condon was one for 2 this week, because Ultimate Wolverine is significantly better than his Green Arrow run right now. His Green Arrow book is, I don't know what the fuck it is. It just, I know he doesn't like big corporations. He doesn't like polluted water. It's like, okay, you got a hard on for that, clearly.
DC editorial, maybe?
It's
possibly. I mean, when I look at that Texas Blood and I look at the Enfield Gang Massacre, like those are both 2 really strong books.
Yeah. And I read Green Arrow. I'm like, is Green Arrow going to fire an arrow from his bow at some point? Please?
No, he doesn't do that. No.
Come on.
So I mean, when it comes to Ultimate Wolverine, I'm having a blast. It kind of it's giving me similar vibes as what was that? The book about Deathstroke, but he's a Viking.
All Winter.
Yeah.
Thank you. I wanted to say North Winter, and I was like, no, that's not right. All Winter, where it's like, this is a cool, just 6-issue contained story. It doesn't have to be Alan Moore, where it's like breaking your mind. But it also, it's very rare for me to look forward to a Marvel issue. And when Ultimate Wolverine drops, I look forward to reading it, and that says a lot. So, this reminds me of that, where it's like All Winter was fun. It had cool art, action-packed, high testosterone, and it's just cool characters interacting with each other and a good story. So,
word.
Now let's move on to the Absolute line, because this was absolutely forgettable.
Dumb.
I mean, I
Yeah,
know you
that's-
guys are saying, yeah.
I didn't read this, but I did flip through this, and I'm just gonna go on record and say I would rather read the Steve Orlando. What's Twinkle Toes' name?
No.
Yeah, I'd rather read that than this. if I'm
Riley
being-
Yeah,
Ross.
I agree.
Yeah,
Wow.
You didn't like the art?
I wasn't crazy about. I don't know. Something about this just feels off. So off.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a try hard. They're trying way too hard to be trippy. I equated this to this was like reading a mid-century modern House. Like people want mid-century modern.
Hey,
I just
Eric July, calm down.
but that's what this is. This is mid-century modern. Like when people think of those gay fucking houses, I hate that shit. It's like, no, I want Art Deco 1970s shitty, stupid, terrible architecture in a house with appliances that don't work and actually it makes no sense. That's this book. It's 100% this fucking book.
I think you're on to something here because I feel like the creative team was like, you know, I want to do something trippy and I want to do something like psychedelic. And what if we did this? Or what if we had him, you know, visualizing clouds? And the way that he can read minds is through people's clouds, like they're smoking, like they're on fire, right? And there's this kind of air about it that seems a little bit pretentious. And I don't know if it 100% fully works. I don't know.
0% works.
0%.
This
Look,
doesn't work.
our
Look at the
protagonist.
panel.
Yeah, you got the head of the DEI. It's like clearly this is written back before Doge came in, because you get the head of the DEI department.
Next
but
in line, please. Can I
Yeah.
get the next in line? No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But
Ken.
our lead protagonist, the guy with the right hair right there, he is an absolute dickhead asshole who puts his job before his family. It's like no way, in any way, shape, or form, would any job, any federal job, have you back on the job after you just survived a fucking explosion. No, it's not happening. You're going on leave. Not even administrative leave. You're taking sick leave. You're taking annual leave. You're taking something. And this is inexcusable. And you would not be back at the crime scene. I'll be cut off and be police guard and that shit. It's a federal investigation. This is all bullshit. This is all stupid. None of this makes a lick of sense.
But look, it's a one-eyed thing. It looks like him.
Whoa.
Get it?
Sure.
Sure.
Alan Moore.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Alan Moore.
You enjoy it until you realize it's a penis analogy. But
No.
Ew.
It's his other head. Yeah.
I did think this was kind of creepy.
Stop.
I was like,
No.
oh,
Shut up.
that's
Stop.
weird.
No, you
it
didn't.
looks retarded.
God, it's so bad.
And like to Drew's point earlier, like the like really cheap indie lesbian coming of age comic, like this looks like it would be one of those same things. I just visually it doesn't do anything.
Actually, dang it. Now that you say that, I like fully see that now. That's all I can see is just the lesbian coming of age comic. The only splash page that I really thought was cool and that I thought was like innovative at all, or at least interesting, was this one. And I was like, okay, they're trying to do something here, and this probably took a lot of work. But like I said, it doesn't work for, I don't think, this character or for this setting, but I understand what they're trying to do.
See, I would say this page works better than the other page for trying to do something different. But
that's fair. Totally.
But it feels like it's trying to be this.
It's the beginning opening credits for Catch Me If You Can. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
No, that's the thing, is I think I mentioned with Housh too, Jim Lee is trying to do a Jim Lee impression of what Jim Lee thinks that Jim Lee would draw, right?
And succeeds
like,
because he is the GOAT. Now put him on this book and he'll show you something. Yeah.
In this style, Jim Lee doing this style.
Jim Lee doing this, he'll fucking knock.
Doing Picasso abstract art. I don't see Jim Lee doing Picasso abstract art.
I want to see it. He'll knock your dick off and you'll be like, holy shit, I didn't know I needed it.
I'll beat your dick off. Your what? Yeah, I mean this page probably does work better for as a storytelling modality. It works better.
No.
Whereas this is more of just like this would be a cool poster in my room as I smoke weed, dude.
Yeah, it's a blacklight poster.
Yes, that's 100. It's like one of those felt blacklight posters you get from Spencer's.
Bro, it's like the Crow blacklight felt poster I used to have hanging up in my room.
Let's go. Hell yeah. See, now we're on to something. Now the real question is, would oh no. Sorry, there's some shenanigans happening in my chat. Flaccid Phoenix had his message deleted by Zaxx, and then he was timed out by Zaxx for 10 seconds. So have fun in there, boys. Be safe. Godspeed to you all in the chat.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I think you're 100% right. I think this is trying to be what it is instead of existing as what it is. And I know that's weird because it's like, well, then isn't it just what it is? But I think there's a difference. Like when you see a theater kid who's being too try hard, they're putting on this air of, I'm trying to be a dramatic theater actor instead of just being an actor who is focused on their craft. This is trying to be very, not pretentious. It's trying to be very,
heady. It's trying to be fucking Alan Moore, but it's not. It's not. There's nothing smart about it at all. He thinks he's trying to be clever with what's going on with the Manhunter, with the Martian Manhunter. But it's not interesting. It's not fun. There's nothing fun about this.
Oh yeah, there's zero fun in this.
Yeah, just the art is mildly intriguing on the pages, but that's it. That's all it's got going for it.
Yeah, stupid people want to feel intellectual. The Poppin' Pollies, the Rockin' Robbies want to be like, this is so great and amazing, and it's just, you don't understand it. I feel so smart because I think I understand this book thing stuff. It's like,
I mean,
okay, moron.
I hate to say this, but Poppin' Polly did give it his #1 book of the week. So
wow, fucking shit! I'm shocked. I thought he would like Universal Monsters more just because he jacks that shit off. So
I actually, what's so funny and that you say that is I read Universal Monsters: The Mummy, and I go, I know Poppin' Polly loved it. So I went to his video and I searched. I did the seeking or the tracking where you see the thumbnail, and I found it when he was talking about it, and sure enough he goes, oh well, the team and I at my comic shop, we were actually on the call with the artist and writer,
of course you were,
like who's telling us about the solicitation of the book. And I go, I already cannot hear what you say next because you're totally biased.
Yep.
And you've lost all credibility.
Yep.
And sure enough, he loved it. He was like, I love this iteration.
Oh my God. You know, no fucking shit, bro. Really? Yeah. No kidding.
This book sucked. It was a terrible depiction. You'd have the mummy in it for like 2 pages or 2 panels. The
with
art
no emotion or
it.
Anything that's scary or remotely terrifying. Like,
no.
Again, the Frankenstein's monster wasn't in that issue 1 all that most of, but when you realize the hands and the importance of that and why it's called that, it's like you're bringing emotion to this.
Mm-hmm.
And then you build upon that. Like, that's what a good writer does. Whereas this dipshit just wants to talk about how women are oppressed in Egypt in the 20s. It's like, yeah, no fucking shit.
Yeah, of course they are. They're still oppressed over there.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? What are we talking about? But the other thing too is that first Frankenstein book, the art tells the story. Like the artwork is just, it's like chef's kiss. It's perfect. Because whenever there's no dialogue, the art is emoting exactly what it's trying to show in the visuals storytelling aspect of it. So yeah, I could talk about how brilliant that Frankenstein 4-issue series is for hours, but yeah, so it was funny to go on Poppin' Polly's page and go, let's see what he thinks about this. And sure as shit, it's my favorite book. Yeah.
So he liked Absolute Martian Manhunter.
He loved
Funny
Absolute
dumbass.
Martian Manhunter, was his pick of the week.
Because he thinks it's so smart and innovative and amazing, right?
I don't know about any of that, but I do know that he loves his Denny's camp. He camps. He's a camper for sure. So I think if it's Denny's camp, he has to have it as his number one.
Ah,
It's like his new James Tiny Onion.
okay. He wants access. Okay, got it.
That access, baby.
But so while we're talking about the Absolute books, and as we know, in the back of all these DC books, they've had the preview for the Green Lantern, Absolute Green Lantern, and that is billed as a horror series. And all I got to say is, I am laughing my ass off when I see the giant Green Lantern logo, like in the middle, like of the ground, like on the city. I'm like, this is supposed to be terrifying? What the fuck?
That symbolizes willpower and
Yeah.
Okay. Willpower. Speaking of Green Lantern, I was looking at covers the other day, and someone was talking about the Super Bowl ring cover where he's going, and he's looking at all the rings, you know? And it got me thinking, once this nightmare Daredevil show is over, and we don't have to watch it anymore, I think we should do an episode solely devoted to our top 5 favorite comic book covers of all time.
Oh,
only 5?
Whoa.
Can we do 5? I mean, 10's a lot.
You're going to narrow that down, Max, because that's good. You're going to be getting like into magazines, pulp magazines.
Are we doing DC, Marvel, like Golden Age, Silver Age, like?
No. We can't break it down by age. We got to break it down by
publisher?
I think by publisher. Marvel, DC, and then indies.
Or why don't we do why don't you make this a weekly thing? Pick a character. And then we do like our top 2 or top 3 each for that character.
Okay. We could do that. I like that.
Jaffiel.
Okay.
All right. We'll have to...
Dude, trying to narrow that, I'm already
I was going to say, I already have I'm like, there's no fucking way. I'm like, no, I can't do that.
Well, see, that's why you guys are my team of my delegates, my round table, because I'll have a stupid idea and you guys will go like, fuck no, man, but here's how to make it better. It's like, oh, thank you. All right, much better. So, but I like that. So chat and all of our viewers and supporters, what would y'all think if we did something like that every week, where we picked a character, or maybe chat picks a character, right? Or something where we involve you guys as well. Where we, pick a character or a publisher or a time period, like you said, Kyle, like Copper Age, Bronze Age. And we pick our top 5 or top 10 favorite covers of that thing. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, because mine are only going to be Jim Lee covers, so I need the help move that a little bit.
Well, then you wouldn't be involved then, because if they're all Jim Lee, then they're all going to be the same.
What?
So,
but
we could also try to go for bragging rights of letting doing a poll,
chat vote. Who's got the best
either chat
cover?
vote or throw a poll on Twitter for a week to be like, hey, which cover is the best, and see which one of us picks the best cover.
Oh.
Max doesn't want to do it because he knows he's going to lose.
Well, yeah, because all the characters that I like, I don't know. Because Kyle would put something Jim Lee up, and then all the normies would be like, "Oh, Jim Lee, oh." And then Drew would pick like a wizard cover, and everyone would be like, "What the fuck is wizard?"
Yeah.
Josh would pick Sentient Love, or what was that thing called?
Sainted Love.
Sainted Love, yeah. And then I
picked Warhammer 40K issue that nobody cares
Uh-huh.
about.
I want to point out that there is one person on this panel that actually read Sainted Love, and it was not us. It was
none of
this
y'all.
one.
Mm-hmm.
Because I am a comic reviewer and connoisseur. That is my job. So I have
Max
to...
is like, I want to read this gay orgy book. This looks like fun.
I didn't know that it was
purposes.
Yes.
Reviewing.
Solely for research. I knew it was a gay book. I didn't realize it was a gay orgy book. That was that surprised me. So
That's where you draw the line, huh?
that's you know what, I can handle a little gay in my book, but
Okay.
gay orgies, sorry, I gotta draw the line somewhere.
I could hate a little gay in my book.
I
That's
mean, hell, Marvel and DC, that's pretty much all they do now is just gay.
True. Well, there was a little
So-
gay in Martian Manhunter. He talks
there?
about how that one neighbor like had sex with
That's
his best friend
right.
and like
And
they
they
never,
never
talked
talked
about it again.
Side note: am I the only one watching White Lotus?
I've been
Yes.
watching White Lotus.
Oh.
That scene with fuck, what's his name? Oh crap!
What the fuck?
No, I'm
no,
way too
please
tired that
talk White Lotus.
No, but it's on topic of what we were just discussing.
We
But
were.
Oh, okay, sorry. All right.
I'm so tired I can't think of actors' names. But you have the guy that's on like Justified and stuff.
Oh
Kyle?
yes, yeah,
Timothy
yeah.
Olyphant?
No.
Oh, okay. If it's season 3, my wife and I started season 2. If it's Walton Goggins,
Oh.
he's
Yes.
in season 3. Yeah.
So there's a scene with Walter Goggins, and I can't even think of his name, but another actor. I'll have to look it up. But it's a very similar story where one of the characters starts talking about sexual things that he does and what he discovered he likes, and Walter Goggins' character is like,
I've seen that because the only reason I started watching because people were talking about that scene.
yeah,
And so I'm like, okay, do I watch that scene or do I go back and watch all of it? And so we started going back, and I'm like, oh, it's an anthology. I didn't really
yeah.
need
Each
to
season's
watch
its own.
season
You,
1. I was
you
like,
will have characters
fuck.
that carry over. There's a character in season 3 that's in season 1. You have a
Okay.
character in season 1 and 2. Like so, but
okay.
anyway, sorry, Max. I hijacked your show.
No, that's okay. Is it Walton or Walter?
I thought it was Walton Goggins. Isn't it
Yeah.
Walton?
That was
Fuck, I don't-
Walton.
Walton. Goggins?
Listen,
Yeah.
I can't think of names at all. Like I'm hanging on by a thread right now. Like I'm trying not to pass out in my chair. Like I'm
Oh,
already
no.
like, I was already like this, and then I'm like, fuck, I'm dozing off. Like let me
Oh no.
sit up and move some. Okay.
Well, we've only got like I'm gonna say we've got 2 more books left.
We're okay.
but
But
if you-
I could power through.
If you do want to dip, please don't feel like you have to stay. 'Cause
I'm just
I
gonna
wanna make sure.
stare in those eyes of yours. Okay, not when you do
Mm.
that. Like that makes me want to close my eyes.
All right. Well then, you know what made me want to close my eyes is having to look at this nightmare. So I did not read this, but just
What is
this
that?
concept looks like just awful. Poolminati, and it's just a bunch of dead pools.
I saw this on the shelf of my LCS, and I noped out of it so fast.
Yo,
How's
yeah,
this any different
like,
than any other Marvel book with Deadpool in it?
exactly. So I don't know if anyone read this. If you did, let us know in the chat. But like, I don't know who wrote this. Okay, Zach Gorman and Todd Knock. But yeah, no, anything Deadpool I've been noping out on because just the Deadpool stuff is abysmal.
Yeah.
But then when you look at the newest Laura Kenny cover issue, I was like, you have got to be kidding me. Look at this BS.
Ow.
This is
Yikes.
laughable.
This
She's
is almost
like-
as bad as that JR cover of Daredevil he did. Where it's like
Oh
nothing-
yeah.
yeah.
Dude,
But
I didn't-
she's like
God.
the shitty smirk where she's like,
face.
yeah.
I didn't realize she was Jewish.
Yeah.
Oh,
Schnoz going on.
Yeah.
I also didn't know that like her head. They're trying to showcase that her head is like leaning, but it just looks
Yeah.
like her bone is like
Yep.
her forehead is over here. I don't know.
It looks. not- oh no.
Looks very odd, but I do think it's funny that they want her winning this. That it looks like that they made her much stronger than Winter Soldier, which is just absolutely ridiculous.
Bullshit.
Impossible. Yeah.
Yeah, Bucky would just break her arm, even
Yes.
if it's adamantium. Wouldn't even
Yep.
matter. He'd
Snap.
break it now. So, all right. So now let's talk about books that we actually read. So I read Weapon X-Men, and I unfortunately also read the Harley Quinn Fartacular. So these books did come out this same week. We'll leave Weapon X-Men for last because it'll be a palate cleanser, especially because we have to talk about this nonsense. I will not spend too much time on this because it does not deserve your time, energy, effort, money, or respect. It is a fart fetish, and that is really all it is. Did you guys get anything else from this?
It's shocking that this was made. I was shocked.
Can you just scroll through it while Drew talks about how shocked he is, so I can see?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, because like there is like almost no story in this. It's just her being fascinated by farts, and it's supposed to be funny. But look, I love fart jokes. Fart jokes, when they're done well, are hilarious. Blazing Saddles, for example, fart joke scene that was legendary. Here, there's nothing funny about any of these fart jokes. Nothing.
None of these jokes land. There's a ongoing gag that they keep forgetting this hot dog vendor's name, and they keep calling him like Greg, and his name is like Fred or something. It's like no one cares. No one this is not funny at all. I don't know. Harley is the worst. Like, they write her as such an insufferable brat, and yet Poison Ivy still stays with her, and she's like, I love you, Smoopykins. I don't understand their relationship at all.
I don't know either. How she stabs a guy in the neck with an ice cream cone and
Yes.
kills him.
Yeah.
He's dead. Like, that guy's dead.
Like,
she
that
throws him away in
is
the trash.
in the jugular.
Yeah.
All because he litters. She goes, there's a lot of things I'll tolerate. Blackmail, thieving, murdering, but what kind of stinking low-life scum litters? And then kills him.
Yep.
So
White
really
guy,
teaching...
Of course.
Well, yeah, of course. And he's in a business suit, so
Red
corporate
tie.
America. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Capitalism bad.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's pathetic. It is just everything wrong with DC right now. The plot, if you could even call it that, is Harley goes to a museum of fart instead of museum of art, and finds that this guy from like the early 1900s or something writes a... Say again?
James Joyce.
James Joyce, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Writes a perverted, romance novel or letter to his betrothed, and he talks about how he wants to sniff her farts because they make him hard. So Harley wants to steal this. Yeah, I know. And please tell me if I'm wrong or if I make
Unfortunately, you're right.
Yeah. Or if I miss anything. Harley wants to steal these so she can give them to Poison Ivy as a gift of affection and love to show her that she loves when she farts. And so and then she just has to go on this journey to get these pages, and she farts the whole time. So, and they meet Mr. Terrific, who creates a suit for her and all this random stuff. But
Joanne Starr, ladies and gentlemen.
Bravo, Joanne Starr. I mean, class act. Great.
I can't wait to never hear your fucking name again.
Yeah. It's an abomination. It's an affront to all things writing, art, comics, entertainment, everything.
Or just say creative in general.
Creativity in general. Brilliant, Drew. 100%. And you know what? You can thank every one of these people. Yep. Blame every single Rob Levin, Ariana Turturro, James Reed, Amanda Connor, Ben Caldwell, Lucas Gattoni, Marissa Louise, Brant and Stein, Joanne Starr. This book had to touch every single one of these people's desks. And they said, yep, looks good, print it. I mean, it's abysmal.
That's bad.
I would be curious to know if the Amanda Connor cover is actually for this, or if it was just an old cover that they pulled.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't blame the variant cover artist, but the best page of all
Oh God.
This is where I think most of us stopped reading.
Yep.
Harley and Ivy are just beating the shit out of Batman. And Harley is trying to apologize to Ivy, and she's trying to say, like, I love your farts. I can't believe I'm saying this out loud. Like, this is so ridiculous. She's saying to Ivy, like, I love you. I want you to be comfortable around me to do this stuff. And I can't believe you're making such a big deal out of this. It's just a little toot. Men do it all the time. They make us ashamed, men, in this situation. Don't give in to the patriarchy, babe. And so Batman said, as she's just got a full-on headlock with Batman, Batman says, I don't care what you do with your bodies as long as it isn't against the law. And Ivy says, men make the laws, as she knees him in the face. So
this is what happens when you have a tranny activist writing a shitty ass book.
Yeah, it becomes stunning and brave, right?
Yeah. God. Wait, they're saying there are no women lawmakers? That's actually wrong. And that's really putting those women down that are actually doing that. How dare you?
Joanne Starr. Wow, how dare you? I guess masculinity is evil, Harley Dave says. And my nerdy home, Steph. Good evening, Steph. Her comment reads men in all caps, but I first read it as amen. Like, amen to that, sister. Preach. Yeah, I bet.
God.
So, all right. That's enough of that. It's abysmal, and we don't need to read any more of that because, like I said, it does not deserve your time, effort, energy, or money. So,
yeah.
But you know what does? Weapon X-Men. I thought it was pretty dang good.
It was all right. It was good. Yeah, it's fun. It was average.
Yeah.
I can't stand Deadpool, so I refuse to read it.
Oh, and this issue was really heavy on Deadpool.
I know. Yeah. And I'm like, no.
I will.
Good question, because I did not read this issue. Is this like the first issue where Deadpool is there, but he's actually handled halfway?
No, he was in the first one. He was in the first issue. He was written well in the first issue,
but not here.
Well, I would say he's very front and center in this issue, and it can. I'll say this, like you said, Deadpool when written well is tolerable, and for that, I will say he was written tolerably in this issue. He was not insufferable in this, because compared to everything else going on with Deadpool, it's insufferable. So I did enjoy him here.
I agree, Drew. I think that there's a very fine line between making Deadpool just completely insufferable and unlikable, but you have to know when to snark and when to make jokes and when to also just write Deadpool in character. And everything is not a Joss Whedon joke with Deadpool. And Joe Casey, I think he does a great job. I never once felt like, oh, I'm so tired of Deadpool. It just felt like he was written in character, which means that he is tolerable for the time being. So, but I do like this kind of banter between Cable, Thunderbird, and I'm blanking on the other guy's name, but
Chamber.
Yeah,
Chamber. Thank you. Yeah, but they're able to get a Thunderbird to go save Wolverine and Deadpool, because at the time of this issue, Deadpool has actually double-crossed Wolverine and takes him to Baron Strucker's like his lair, because Baron Strucker, actually, which was kind of I thought was kind of an interesting concept. He's going to take an MRI of Wolverine's brain matter and the brain waves and create a complete copy of Wolverine's brain to enact the perfect warriors that can like engage their berserker rage. So I was like, oh, interesting. I've never heard that before, or I've never seen that before. So I thought that was kind of new and different. Doesn't work out for him, but still kind of a cool concept. So. But yeah, that was Weapon X-Men. Some fun gore and violence and some action. And I'm hoping, though, that next issue we get to see a little bit more action with Wolvie, because he gets broken out of his cage. And now it's time for revengeance.
Yeah, I mean, because they're alluding to something pretty big next issue. So
that's true. That is true. Well, thank you, Steph, in the chat for, she says, I'm acknowledging the panel of men. Well, we are men, so thank you. Men. So there were a ton of other books that came out this week. Ultimate Spider-Man came out. Solomon Kane, Feral.
Look, I'm going to say real quick, Solomon Kane is a letdown.
I found it boring as all fuck.
The art is like so gorgeous, and the story was just very bland.
My God.
Yes.
It was so unfortunate. It could have been like a cool swashbuckling, like pirate story, and we just didn't get that.
And it tried to be, and it's like way too convoluted. You're up your own ass. Like, what are you doing?
You start getting into like different families and factions, and like, it's a lot for your first issue. It's a lot of setup with no real payoff.
And Solomon Kane he's not even front and center in the story. He's like riding shotgun in it. He barely shows up in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was pretty unfortunate. I hope this is just a setup issue, because oh my gosh, that cover A by J.H. Williams, looks so rad, and the artwork when it's done with Solomon Kane looks freaking rad too. But you just need more Solomon Kane in your Solomon Kane book. So
yeah.
But whenever Solomon Kane is in Savage Sword of Conan in the magazine, it's awesome. So we'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah, Wonder Woman came out. Absolute Wonder Woman came out. Uncanny X-Men.
That art in Absolute Wonder Woman, what the ever-loving fuck was that? AI, I mean, it looked really bad. And like the other artist was dog shit. But this, I mean, I don't know what the hell was going on in that book.
Wait, no,
pull it up.
The other artist was the same artist on Batman Dark Patterns.
Yeah.
You don't like that?
It looks fake.
It looks like painted, or like it's colored pencil. Or
looks
something.
Computer generated.
That looks kind of computer generated. Interesting.
Guys, AI art is real art. Okay.
Oh yeah, I was about to say. I wonder if this. Well, you got to look at the hands. Yeah, what is he drawing this on?
I don't know.
This is very interesting. I mean, if this is real art, it looks like that looks good.
It looks like it's potentially real art. It looks like he used models, kind of like what Mikhail Yanin uses. But also it's almost like it feels like he's drawing whatever's in the foreground and then like layering it onto whatever's drawn for the background. Because the lighting look, I mean, like even the lighting just looks off. Like it looks like the character is in another scene compared to what's going on in the background.
Yeah, I can see that.
Just looks like an uncanny valley. Like there's just something off.
I do think this art's better than the previous artist.
I agree.
I mean, she's drawing her face anyway looks much better than the weird face she had in the previous issue. She at least looks like a woman here.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's that weird. It's that thing with like this. Like it looks realistic. It looks like a photo, but
Yeah.
that's not a lot of that's not how a lot of art, like there's some, I don't know, there's something that feels off. It's kind of like, oh, what was that book that we railed into because it looked like AI porn video game art?
Oh, Siren's Gate. Yeah.
Siren's Gate.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what this looks like a little bit.
Siren's Gate is like that, where it's like it's good, but it's bad.
Right.
Like the art looks like it's done well, but it also doesn't look right. It's that
Who's
uncanny
the
valley.
artist here? Or sorry, what's the artist name on that issue?
That's a good question. It looks like it is. By the way, the cover for this issue was not great, but either. But Mattia de Iulis.
Yeah, of course. We all know that.
Oh yes, of course. Mattia de Liliulis. Yeah.
The Flavin.
One of my favorite. Yeah. The Flevin. What? The Flevin.
Yeah, the Flavin.
You know, the Flevin. Yeah, so Absolute Wonder Woman, I did not get a chance to read it. The regular Tom King Wonder Woman, I did not get to read that.
The major cuckening. You didn't get a chance to read the cuckening?
There was a cuckening, and I missed it.
The Sovereign being majorly cucked. Like,
nice.
Being like, oh, punish me. Like, oh, take my clothes off and say I'm a bad boy. Like,
no way.
Oh my God. It is hysterical.
Like dominatrix. Like, I want you. Oh, mommy. Yeah.
Yes.
Punish me. Oh God.
I saw a lot of people hating this issue too. Like
Good.
a lot of people saying like, "Oh, he's gone full identity crisis." Not identity crisis. Heroes in crisis. Yeah.
Ooh.
Which is bad.
Yeah.
Bad. And then I saw a bunch of dead Wonder Girls and Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Well, I plan on reading it. I also plan on reading.
Whoops.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just said, "Oh, my bad." Whoops.
Oh, no one cares about spoilers. It's all good.
What?
What? No, I wanted to know what happened to Wonder Girl.
Wonder Bra.
Did they ever get in the invisible jet? Did they ever find the key for the invisible jet?
They're still there looking for it. It's still funny.
Yeah, still funny. Tom King's got it. When he's good, he's good, you know?
Yep.
But yeah, I wanted to read Rogue in the Savage Land. I think they're on issue 3 now, but I've just not gotten around to reading any of them. I saw that J. Scott Campbell cover and I was like, okay, very well. You have my attention, but yeah, just, I don't know if it's a good story or not. So we'll see. Farrell was great. As usual, Farrell is awesome. Farrell's been crushing it. Anything else before we head out for the evening?
Green Lantern. I think Green Lantern for me was my pick of the week. I really loved Green Lantern this week. Yes.
Okay. Good deal. And that's Jeremy Adams?
Yep.
Still? Okay.
Yep.
Nice. Excuse me. Well, that's how you know that it's about that time. So
yeah. You hear you little bitch 2 to 3 hours behind us, and you're
no shit. Oh, it's 10 o'clock or 10:30 or whatever.
Yeah,
it's late.
It's past my bedtime. It's an hour and a half past my bedtime. So
Max is gonna be like, "But I get up at like 4:30 to 5," and I'm like, "So did I, fucker," and so did Drew. I don't know about Kyle.
I have a screaming child that wakes me up. I don't need an alarm clock.
You know what? I should have known Kyle was going to bring up this. I'm going to screaming child.
Yeah, I have another. I have a person I have to take care of. That goes
a human being.
I have to go from 0 to 100. There is no, hey, let me wake up. It's okay. Let's start your fucking day, and you don't get to sleep until he goes down for a nap.
Can you just refer to your child as the successful sperm from now on? I've got it. I've got the successful sperm to take care of.
The strongest swimmer. Yeah.
All right.
He was the one who got past all the obstacles.
Yeah, he was the successful sperm.
Yeah, there you go. Aaron Sparrow in the chat says, "You guys are still talking." Yes, yes, we are.
I'm just I'm pulling my best Eric July impersonation because I'm mumbling random shit at this point.
Yeah, you're hibbity and jibbiting. It's fine. You're doing great. Yeah, I was gonna say it's funny because there's been a influencer. His video has been hitting the interwebs pretty vehemently. It's this guy who did his morning routine, and it's all over Instagram and X, and like his morning routine is like 3:52 a.m. Wake up.
Yep.
And he's got like the tape and the face mask and like all this bullshit.
Is this the guy that makes the acai bowl?
Like in the water bowl?
No, the acai, the like fruit yogurt.
I don't think so.
The one that he makes.
This is a ripped black dude, like a jacked
steroided out black dude.
Steroided out black dude.
Okay. There's another guy that did my routine, and it was very similar, but it came out a couple of months ago.
No, this one's fairly recent, more recent. And the reason why it's getting so much traction is because it's just so absurd. It's like when you make a parody of one of these like inspirational influencer get ready with me videos, this is what the parody feels like. It's so absurd. And from what I hear, this guy is like actually really broke, and he just like puts on an affront. Like he's like this super rich, successful dude. But you know, all these people who
99% of the influencers that are out there, just
yes, they are either broke or they have shit tons of money that they have, but they're scam artists. They have scammed people out of their money and are now using that money to claim that they are rich and famous and successful. So self-made man.
Yeah.
Who, oh God, it's so funny. He wakes up at like 3:52. He brushes his teeth with sparkling water.
Yeah, Saratoga spring water, in which he also uses to do his cold plunge of the face. I'm like,
yes,
wow, bro.
And then,
of course you do.
There are videos then too where he does the cold plunge of the face, but with fruit, and then he'll take a banana peel and dry his face with the banana peel. It's like so funny.
But like, what's funny is he starts his day at 3:50, whatever, but he doesn't really do anything until like 8 o'clock. So it's literally just like 5 hours of you doing absolutely nothing of any value. It's like, what are you doing?
No. He did journal on the first page of his journaling book
and wrote
from 4:32 to 4:31. Or no, 4:33 or something.
Yeah, it was 1 minute of journaling.
Yeah. And everyone's like, I too open my journal to the first page every morning and journal for 1 minute. God, I'm so glad that someone else has seen that. It's so inspiring. Makes me want to be a self-made man, you know?
Oh God, it was
the best though is when he finally gets to his day and he puts on his freaking, suit, his nice, beautiful suit, and he's in front of his laptop and he goes, "Oh, come on, man, we got to do 10,000 or whatever."
Yeah, it's like
bullshit he said.
What does that mean?
Like 10,000 units, $10,000.
Yeah,
10,000 people,
10,000 push-ups. Like what? What are you?
Yeah, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's so funny. It's so Enzo214 in the chat says he hangs in the air for 3 minutes before diving in the pool. It's like, oh man. Bananas and Saratoga. Aaron Sparrow says, I brush my teeth with genuine Swarovski crystals. This stream started before Rainbow the Brute was solicited. That's true, actually. Yeah. I'm still waiting on my dude. Yeah, I was watching one of his live streams, and someone was like, have you been doing Rainbow the Brute art? And he goes, well, I drew Cyberfrog stuff today because I like Cyberfrog more. And everyone's like, but your book is Rainbow the Brute.
Yeah, isn't that your next book you're supposed to be putting out?
he's like, yeah, but I like drawing Cyberfrog more. And it's like, that's cool, but so
You promised Rainbow the Brute, though.
yeah. Oh well. Aaron Sparrow does say, let our sweet Joshy go to bed. So I have to adhere to his wishes. But let's see. I think that was pretty much it. All that being said, the reason why I brought that influencer guy up is because the next time I do get up at 4:00 to go work out, I'm gonna send you guys a video of me doing my influencer routine. So.
No. 352. If you're gonna fucking do it, then fucking do it.
You gotta do it
that's right.
Build that routine
Commit,
up, man.
Max.
Mhm.
Commit.
Yep.
3:52 a.m.
Yeah. No, you're right. When you're right, you're right. So I'll see you guys at 3:52 a.m. I'll send you a Snapchat with the time on there so it's documented. I'll do my cold plunge,
With sparkling water.
with spar.
Yeah, sparkling San Pellegrino
Saratoga. Yeah.
or Saratoga spring
No,
water.
that I do have.
There you
I
go. You
can
see,
do
you
the
got to use that for your
Pellegrino,
face
yeah.
plunge. That'll make you
Yeah.
make you feel alive.
Perfect.
Yeah, but none of the cheap plastic bottle shit. Go get that glass
Yeah,
bottle.
you need a
version.
glass bottle.
Yeah, come on.
Because you
man.
got to show how rich you are.
That's
Because
right.
you got to buy the $5 glass
Correct.
bottle. Yeah.
Well, we
And then
need to
I'm
see
gonna have
you.
some other girl do it for me.
Yeah, and we need to see you using the San Pellegrino to put it into an ice tray to freeze sparkling ice to put in your sparkling ice water
Whoa.
to make it the actual cold plunge.
We're so smart. We're
And
so
make
damn-
sure you got your banana ready for the.
Yep.
Oh, I've always got a banana ready on the ready with me. So
Hey.
but yeah, so that'll be fun to wake up tomorrow at 3:52. Yeah.
Yep.
But all right, gentlemen. Well, it's been a pleasure. Thank you all for hanging out with me tonight, and thank you, chat, to everyone who is here. And thanks for all the new members and all the super chats that we got tonight. This was a blast of a stream, and I hope that next week we'll, the Daredevil reviews will be even a little bit shorter because we had to cover 2 episodes tonight. So next week should be a little bit shorter. We'll still be talking more comics, and we'll get that in here. But yeah, it's been a fun night. We look forward to seeing you guys next week, and let us know if you want us to do those favorite comic covers, because I think that'd be a blast. So good deal.
Agreed.
With all that being said, this is our adieu. So I'll say good night, and we'll see y'all next week. Take care. Thanks, everyone.